in the tech industry.
Each time the jump was from salesman to regional VP to senior vice president to CEO. She was supposed to have an official seat on the board.
Ari Jacobs was just 29.
He was making a comfortable living, but he had the potential to make an extraordinary living.
How do you put a dollar value on a loved one's life? It's never been easy, but the federal government got into that business after the terror attacks. It set up a multi-billion-dollar compensation fund for victims' families. It's a source of income for families that lost their breadwinners. It is also a source of contention over who gets how much and under what conditions.
Come and get the doggies.
Jenna Jacobs is thinking of applying for money from the fund.
Good boy.
The big picture for me is to be able to keep my home, which my husband and I bought together.
The fund was set up by Congress in the weeks following the attacks as part of a deal to finance loan guarantees for the airline industry. Special Master Kenneth Feinberg will decide how much each family will get.
The program, in a sense, is a social safety net. This is a unique expression, I think, of taxpayer public generosity.
So who gets what? Congress set up a complex formula that considers a victim's potential lifetime earnings plus pain and suffering minus the amount of money families receive from life insurance and other benefits.
It sounds somewhat crass. That's what's the problem here so soon after September 11th. But we've got a formula, and we're sticking to that formula.
Feinberg will give out anywhere from $300,000 to several $1 million per family. The money is tax-free, but not catch-free. One of the biggest catches, in exchange for a quick settlement with the fund, families must give up the right to sue the airlines or anyone else except the terrorists themselves.
For me, it's a shut-up fund.
It's a what?
Shut-up fund.
Monica Gabriel became an activist soon after she became a widow last year. She believes the fund is designed to pay off the families to protect the airlines.
You take the money, you don't have any recourse in the courts to get answers, and hopefully you just go away.
The criticism is that your fund is designed to get people to take this money in exchange for shutting up.
I haven't really heard that. I have heard some say that by going into a lawsuit, they increase the likelihood of getting information about what happened on September 11th. I don't believe that.
A lot of families, for a lot of reasons, have joined Monica Gabriel and have so far stayed away from the fund. Fewer than 700 claims have been filed, and only a handful of checks have been mailed out. Feinberg says a lot of families are still too grief-stricken to apply.
I got it.
Jenna Jacobs is still eyeing the compensation fund, looking at the amounts other families have received, and putting her faith in a man she does not know.
He has complete control over our financial destinies, and I hope that he considers that when making the awards.
Considering her loss, money won't be much comfort, but it could be some help. Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, New York.
Some of the deepest scars of 9/11 are on the minds and hearts of the youngest survivors, the children. Dr. Emily Sine joins us with a look at some youngsters whose own growing pains include grief. Doctor?
Good afternoon, Dan. Well, a recent survey finds that 93% of children under 14 in New York City were either actual eyewitnesses to the attack or saw the images of the towers collapsing on television. Nearly half those kids are still having emotional problems related to 9/11. We spoke with several families around New York, including 7 children in one family who lost their father.
It's Ryan's turn.
The Fisher children lost their father when the Twin Towers collapsed. John Fisher was a Port Authority security consultant who tried to help people escape.
I was in denial. I thought he was still alive. Sometimes I thought that I saw him in church or something around town. I couldn't call up my dad and tell him that I loved him and that I was sorry for fighting and that I had no chance to say any last words.
The children were able to find peace of mind at a bereavement camp called the Comfort Zone.
The kids had the opportunity to share, and
and even if they're not comfortable sharing, they're still going to identify with somebody else who's going to say something that they can relate to the type of loss or where they were when they heard, or maybe they're having a bad dreams at night.
Yeah, it helped a lot. Like, I don't know. All of my feelings I let it all out. I've been able to kind of evolve and just grow and learn that my father knows that I love him. And he knows that I care about him, and he knows that I wish that we didn't fight.
It's almost as if day really did turn into that black night.
Yeah.
Sharing their feelings through art has helped many other New York City children cope. Child psychologist Robin Goodman helped put together an art exhibit illustrating children's feelings about the events of September 11th.
What the kids do in their art is they personalize this experience. There are kids that before were fine and now are not because of the events of 9/11.
Which kids were at biggest risk for problems related to 9/11?
We know that some kids are more at risk regardless of the type of trauma based on their exposure in terms of seeing it and witnessing it, or whether they were physically and emotionally affected if somebody died.
12-year-old Patrick Duhaney of Brooklyn was an eyewitness to the attack.
I saw as the plane came and hit the tower, I saw the tower collapsing.
Patrick, he couldn't sleep. Because first thing he said to me, he said, you know, I remember my mom because she died when I was age 6. He said, and all those kids that lost their parents.
I felt devastated. At that time, I felt crushed and destroyed.
Patrick got help at the Bedford-Stuyvesant Family Health Center. They provided counseling sessions for more than 100 children.
Coming to the center helped. Being in the classes, that really helped. And then I had a whole bunch of people that were there to talk to me. That helped.
Bless us, O Lord, for these thy gifts which we are about.
The challenge is to help kids find optimism in the face of tragedy.
We take care of each other more, a lot more than before.
I think it was a struggle, sort of, but a good struggle. One that you learn from.
A survey conducted in March revealed that 10% of New York City kids suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, and 25% experienced depression, anxiety, or other symptoms of emotional distress. Dan, 1/3 of New York City children have received some sort of therapy or emotional assistance to get them through this.
Dr. Renee, thanks. We have much more ahead as our coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, rolls on. So stay here with us.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go,
and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer.
Let this be our prayer.
When we lose our way,
Guide us through each day.
lead us to a place.
Guide us with your grace.
Give us faith so we'll be saved.
This is an eventful and emotional day for Americans, led by President Bush, and a day in which the president is traveling under some of the strictest security since the last September 11th. CBS News Chief White House correspondent John Roberts has more about the president's travels today. John?
Well, Dan, we hear that the president may have to change some of his travel plans because of the winds that have been besetting us here in New York City, gusts of up to 45 miles per hour today. But it's certainly not the first challenge that the president has faced. In fact, not since Franklin Roosevelt proclaimed his historic day of infamy 61 years ago, has a president had to face what this one did a year ago. what by any measure was a pivot point in the life of George W. Bush. It was one of those moments that can reshape and redefine a presidency like no other.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
In the hours after the attacks, President Bush sought to soothe the grieving public and searched for the right tone of leadership to galvanize the nation. 3 days later, standing atop a crushed fire truck in New York City, he appeared to find it.
I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Americans knew that there was no way you could script that moment. That was who he was. And he captured it so vividly, people's emotions at that moment, that I think it caused people to think about him in a different way.
In a single moment, the president silenced critics who thought him out of his depth and unprepared to govern. Party lines across the nation evaporated.
I think the event forced people to think beyond partisanship. And George Bush was the president. He's the leader, and he certainly captured it and brought it together. But the event brought people together, in my opinion.
With a plain-spoken style that left no room for misinterpretation.
There's an old poster out west, as I recall, that said, "Wanted, dead or alive."
A president for whom many people said foreign policy was an afterthought rallied the world and built a powerful coalition to fight terrorism.
We will stand by you in these very difficult times.
The swift overthrow of the Taliban and the broader war on terror earned President Bush an enormous amount of goodwill, which he deftly used to advance his global agenda, building new trade ties with China, silencing Russian opposition to his withdrawal from the ABM treaty, signing a new missile reduction pact with Vladimir Putin.
Are adopted.
In the wake of 9/11, the president's approval rating soared to record highs. But as the months wore on, growing talk of war with Iraq.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil.
Coupled with unremitting violence in the Middle East, began to shake even the staunchest of coalition allies.
He understands the bigger picture. And at the end of the day, peace and stability for the Middle East has been at the forefront of his mind.
And at home, with stock markets falling, the president defending his past business dealings and control of Congress riding on the November elections, the post-September 11th bipartisanship disintegrated into a summer of political discontent.
It is hard to lead when you haven't done the things that you're asking others to do.
By late August, with Iraq a central issue, the old image of President Bush as a go-it-alone gunslinger began to creep back onto the international stage. Even some Republicans protested his saber rattling. And for the first time since 9/11, aggressive anti-war demonstrators dogged the president's domestic trips. Even the president's profound sense of moral clarity, in which good and evil are cast as clearly as the difference between black and white, has become a hindrance, say observers, in a world that is filled with so much gray. But his closest advisors maintain it is still far too early to judge this president.
He's had great responsibilities thrust on him, and history will make a judgment, not today, not 1 year after, not 2 years after, but 10 and 20 years after the moment, and we'll make a judgment about him.
The president has traveled far and learned much in the past year, yet in many ways he finds himself in the same place he was a year ago, beset by a deeply divided Congress, facing skeptical European allies, and on Iraq, contemplating what may be the biggest decision of his life. Dan?
John Roberts, and you could see from John's is in an exposed position out there. The north wind that we've had, it began this morning, has been growing all day, has reached the point where, as John said, it may be that President Bush will not be able to helicopter in here to ground zero. We'll have to see how that works out and plays out as the afternoon goes on. CBS News coverage of 9/11 events here in New York and around the world will continue after this.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go
and help us to be wise
Okay. A continent away, officials have been keeping a wary eye on another American landmark, and one that they fear could be a possible target of terror. That's the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. John Blackstone has more on that fabled landmark and what's being done to protect it. John?
Well, Ed, it's a classic view of the Golden Gate Bridge today with the fog rolling in. But this old bridge has added a lot of new security in the past year, and today that security has been stepped up once again. Police checkpoints have been set up on roads approaching the bridge, and all trucks are being stopped and inspected before being allowed to cross. Now, the Golden Gate Bridge has been identified as perhaps the main target for a terrorist attack in California. The water beneath the Golden Gate Bridge is deep and treacherous. Fog blows in with no warning.
Coast Guard Group San Francisco, Coast Guard Group San Francisco.
Down here, the crew of a 47-foot Coast Guard patrol boat used to worry mainly about boaters in trouble. But on the morning of September 11th, Commanding Officer Rich Glasgow saw the horror unfolding in New York and looked out at the Golden Gate.
We looked at that and said, this is next. It had to be. This is the icon on the West Coast for the United States. We felt really vulnerable here, and if a plane could fly into the World Trade Center, they could certainly fly into one of the towers on the bridge here.
Now, like the rest of the Coast Guard, Glasgow's crew has taken on an added mission and an added sense of purpose.
We're still the friendly neighborhood Coast Guard, but now we're doing more of a military job.
That means looking at San Francisco Bay in the same way a terrorist might.
All the tourists that come down here to Fisherman's Wharf definitely would be a target.
You're a lot higher sense of alert. You're just looking for anything that doesn't fit.
Part of the job, says bosun's mate Bobby Merritt, is showing the flag.
Before we were just another boat. Now all of a sudden we've got a sense of national pride, and you see that kicked up a lot.
They remain on call for boaters in trouble, but their new mission is part of the nation's new reality. Is this your bridge in a way?
Definitely. These boats are my boats. These waters out here are, you know, part of my responsibility. That bridge that you see over there is part of my responsibility. Take it very seriously.
But no matter what they do, authorities acknowledge it's hard to protect the structure that's out in the open and open to all. Ed?
Thank you, John. Ground Zero wasn't the only part of New York that was devastated on 9/11. So in a very different way was the engine of American capitalism, Wall Street, which is located literally just around the corner from this site. Like so much of America, the stock market, which was already having its troubles, and the larger economy, has spent the last year struggling to recover. Economics correspondent Anthony Mason joins us from the New York Stock Exchange. Anthony?
Ed, the New York Stock Exchange delayed opening this morning until the memorial services were finished at Ground Zero. And then the usually bustling trading floor came to a complete standstill as the session began first with 2 minutes of silence and later with the unveiling of a memorial plaque on the building's facade. Now, the stock market, you may recall, never opened on the 11th a year ago and would remain closed for 4 consecutive trading days, the longest shutdown since the Great Depression. And while you can't really see it yet down on the trading floor behind me, September 11th is going to have profound effects on the way the markets work here on Wall Street.
While clouds of dust covered Wall Street on September 11th, the New York Stock Exchange building somehow survived untouched. But to Stock Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso, it was clear.
The real target of the attack is what we do here each day, the free market process, which really is the proxy for America's political and economic freedom.
And so as the markets reopened 6 days later, Grasso realized even for the exchange, business could never be the same.
The important thing here, Ed, is that what the stock exchange has decided to do is effectively build and open a second trading floor, move it perhaps even outside of New York City to guard against any further attack. If this facility were damaged, that one could operate. Ed?
You're watching CBS News continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America.
An
a good day to you. It is 5 minutes before 12. The Northwest is remembering September 11th. Memorials and ceremonies throughout Oregon and Washington today are marking the day. In just a few moments, Governor John Kitzhaber will speak at a ceremony at the Capitol building. The ceremony will remember the victims of 9/11 and honor those who responded to the emergency. Meantime, local colleges are joining the country in remembering September 11th. Amy Morrow joins us now with Portland State University's contribution. Amy?
And Reed, I'm just outside the PSU Graduate School of Education, and right now we have some PSU faculty members and the Northwest Indian Color Guard out here, all for a ceremony to dedicate 3 peace poles. If you look to your right, my left, you can see the peace poles there out in front of the building. This ceremony celebrates the installation of the poles, which are gifts from last year's PSU student ambassadors. The poles bear the phrase, "May there be peace on earth," engraved in 24 different languages. They're all languages spoken by the student population here at PSU. Now, you may have seen poles like these before. They're in places all over the world, including at last year's Winter Olympics. You could see poles like these in Utah. These will remain outside PSU indefinitely from here on out. Again, promoting peace out here at PSU. This ceremony continuing right now, and then there'll be a service across the street at the student ministry. Bree?
All right, Amy, thank you very much. If you are looking for a place to reflect on the last year, many local houses of worship are opening their doors. The St. Matthew's Lutheran Church in Beaverton will be open for prayer and reflection all day. At 7 tonight, they will hold a memorial service. St. Matthew's is located at 10390 Southwest Canyon Road. The Bilal Masjid Mosque is open from 6 to 8:30 tonight. The mosque is located at 4115 Southwest 160th Avenue in Beaverton. We'll be right back.
KOIN 6 News celebrates the spirit of our community. 1 short year ago, the soul of our nation was put to the test. But we came away with a new spirit of community. We stood in long lines to donate blood. We flew to New York and walked shoulder to shoulder with those who were there. And we pitched in where needed to help our neighbors cope. We should all be proud of the way we pulled together and proud of the community we share.
Welcome back. September 11th touched the lives of nearly every American. The importance of that day is evident in the memorials displayed throughout the Northwest today. Dave Erickson joins us from one of those memorials with more. Dave?
Good afternoon, Reed. An incredible show of support here in downtown Portland at Pioneer Courthouse Square. Right behind me right now, you can probably hear the band playing as an afternoon ceremony is about to kick off. Hundreds and most likely thousands will make their way down here this afternoon to pay tribute and respect to the events that happened on 9/11. Joining me now is Jack McGowan, who is the executive director of SOLVE and a very integral part of a collection of local organizations that have got together for a program kind of called Celebrate Our Community.
Celebrate Our Community started about 6 months ago. It really began, the genesis began where United Way asked a number of other nonprofit organizations, many of whom were not United Way charities, to come together and collectively think about how can we put together an event that could bring Oregon together, number one, and number two, give people the capacity to give something back through volunteerism.
And something pretty exciting, Jack, is a memorial of sorts, a sphere of the world that now has flowers and flags on it. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, that is really an idea from Mercy Corps International, and the concept was let's create a globe. That was open mesh this morning. Mayor Vera Katz, at the moment of impact this morning, laid that first flower, and as you can see, that globe now is almost completely filled with flowers. We want layer after layer of flowers. What's so amazing is the globe says one world, indivisible.
And then CelebrateOurCommunity.org is a program for volunteerism where you can sign up and find out about programs in your community.
That's the idea. It wasn't only to remember the victims of these terrible attacks, but it was to give a little bit of your time in memory of those victims. So all of the nonprofit groups have gotten together. We have hundreds of activities that people can volunteer for the next 4 days. Come down to the square, volunteer, and take part in this wonderful day of remembrance.
And then our evening program tonight starts at 6 o'clock right down here at Pioneer Courthouse Square. We hope you can join us. We'll send it right back to you, Reed.
All right, Dave, thank you very much. Stay with KOIN 6 News. We'll be back with another local live update at 12:25.
11, the day that changed America.
This CBS News special report is part of our continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
The devastating attacks of 1 year ago were the end of the Twin Towers, but they were also the beginning of a war unlike any other this nation has fought, the war on terrorism. In this half hour of our continuing CBS News coverage of the day that changed America, we have a live report on the U.S. military campaign in Afghanistan. We'll give you the latest on the Middle East and the possibility of a new war with Iraq. And we'll examine for you the most vexing question of this war: what became of Osama bin Laden? Despite its determined efforts, the U.S. military has so far been unable to corner or capture the man we are now certain was behind 9/11 attacks, Osama bin Laden. Yes, there are various reports, including a new one that surfaced today, that he may be dead, but no one can confirm that. Bin Laden remains the most hunted man in the world until and unless somebody can absolutely confirm that he is dead. CBS News national security correspondent David Martin has the latest on the hunt and the hunted. David?
Well, Dan, behind me and around the corner is the spot where American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon. And just off to my left, there is an anti-aircraft missile battery ready to shoot down any other airliner that tries to do the same thing. So you don't have to look very far to see that this is a country at war.
The war came to the Pentagon at 9:38 a.m., and Frank Probst saw it coming, straight at him.
I felt I was dead. I thought he was going to splat right on me. I dove on the ground, and I laid there. He went right over the top of me, and I looked up and saw the windows on the right side all go by. And the last thing I remember is that little tail going into the fireball.
This animation done by Purdue University shows how the 60-year-old structure of reinforced concrete sheared off the wings, which is why the Pentagon looked like it had been hit by a giant cleaver, not a plane. It was the explosion of the jet fuel which did the worst damage. Within minutes, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld was on the scene. Within hours, he was ordering his generals to draw up plans for striking Osama bin Laden. Notes taken by one of his aides show he said, "Wanted better than in the past."
Wanted better than in the past. What does that mean?
In the past, we tried to go after the Al-Qaeda and bin Laden with cruise missiles at times inside Afghanistan, and that this had to be something more than that.
Because obviously it hadn't worked.
Not the kind of effect you need to have on a group like this, that's correct.
This time, the U.S. military went after Al-Qaeda and the Taliban with everything from precision-guided bombs to paratroop raids to aircraft pumping out thousands of rounds a minute.
Ready.
Headshot.
Bin Laden was believed trapped in the mountains of Tora Bora under intense bombing, but he disappeared. The bombing has long since ended, and U.S. troops now go cave to cave and village to village, searching for the remnants of Al-Qaeda.
Right now, I believe there is some Al-Qaeda left in the area. There are small cells that operate in conjunction with others outside the country.
The latest sweep involves 1,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division, but it is certainly not the last, since Pentagon officials say the war against Al-Qaeda is still closer to the beginning than the end.
And Dan, still no sign of Osama bin Laden. The last time the U.S. had a good fix on him was in December during the bombing of Tora Bora. The working assumption is that he is still alive because the prisoners that the U.S. has captured have said that the last time they saw him, he was alive. Some of them were with him in Tora Bora. And the highest-ranking prisoner, Abu Zubaydah, who was captured in March, says that he was working under the assumption at the time of his capture that bin Laden was still alive. But that's the kind of evidence the U.S. has to go on right now. Dan?
Martin, live at the Pentagon. Thanks again. Now we take you inside Afghanistan. Within weeks of the 9/11 attack, the United States launched its air campaign, followed by ground attacks on the Taliban fanatics who gave safe haven to Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda followers. We all know what happened to the Taliban. It was removed from power. But that doesn't mean Afghanistan is now a land of peace. CBS's Lara Logan joins us live now with the latest from Kabul. Lara?
Well, Dan, as you know, the American forces here live with a constant threat of terror, and they're permanently on a high state of alert. So for them, the anniversary of September 11th had a particular resonance. It's the very reason they're here.
Last year, the U.S. Embassy in Kabul was merely an abandoned building. Today, U.S. troops stood proudly in the grounds and saluted their flag, showing how much has changed. The Stars and Stripes flew above a memorial stone where 2 pieces of wreckage from the World Trade Center lie buried.
Nowhere else in the world outside the United States have the events of September 11th had a more profound impact than right here in Afghanistan.
The very presence of the USA is testament to that. Nowhere is that presence more intensely felt than at Bagram Air Base, the heart of the U.S. operations here. Soldiers went about their normal working day, determined to deny the terrorists another victory. But the mood was somber, and there were many heavy hearts so far away from home.
The day that the country is going to remember for the rest of our lives.
The terrorists who struck on 9/11 last year turned this soldier's birthday into a day of national mourning.
You know, I think of the thousands of lives that were lost that day and the people that were injured, and you know, and I think about what I'm doing here now. You know, it's, I'm not going to say in honor of those people that lost their lives, but, you know, helping pave the way so that doesn't happen, you know, to other people.
A solemn ceremony at the end of the day brought this bustling airbase to a complete halt. Soldiers stood to attention as the Stars and Stripes was lowered to half-staff, then bowed their heads for a moment of silence.
And for those of you who are here on this battlefield, you're the heroes and heroines today. It is you who relentlessly are taking this fight to the enemy. It is you to whom your nation owes its gratitude.
There were some reminders here today that Afghanistan remains a very dangerous place to be. 4 rockets were fired at an airfield that's used by U.S. Special Forces in the east of the country. And at Bagram, a lone gunman was apprehended after he fired shots at a guard tower on the base. Dan?
Lara, that being the case, or not, U.S. troops still moving, searching around Afghanistan, or are they, for at least this day, locked down?
No, they're not locked down at all. It was very much business as usual, and all the soldiers, all the officers we spoke to were very clear about that. They don't want to be handing any unnecessary victories to the terrorists. They told us, they said they want it to be business as usual. They want to minimize the impact that this has on their operations. So they're very much still active in the east of the country. That's particularly where Al-Qaeda is believed to be operating, and of course at Bagram, because it's the center of the operations here. So it was still very, very busy until that ceremony, that moment at the end of the day when there was a deathly hush on this normally bustling base. And that was quite moving. That was quite something.
Clara Logan, our CBS News correspondent, reporting live from Kabul, Afghanistan. Elsewhere around the world, the hunt goes on for other members of bin Laden's terror network. CBS News correspondent Richard Roth reports on the terror trail winding through Europe and how some Al-Qaeda operatives, no one knows how many, have managed to elude their pursuers.
Among the students at Hamburg Technical University, Mohammed Atta had hardly been a standout. He called himself Mohammed El Amir, capable and diligent, studying urban planning, and like several of his classmates, a devout Muslim. Still, architecture professor Dietmar Machula has wondered if he somehow missed a clue. When Atta turned in the final draft of his thesis, a heading in Arabic was on the title page.
I asked him, Mohammed, what is it? You didn't before. Why?
It was an inscription to God of praise and thanks, routine, it turned out, on the work of Muslim students.
So the explanation for that was not that it could be a hint for what happened on September 11th.
A year later in Germany's port city, where 3 of the 4 suicide hijackers conspired on their plan, authorities now know there were hints, such as money transfers through a German bank to Florida, where the hijackers learned to fly. Even the strange comment to a librarian by one of the men months before, a reference to the Twin Towers and the prediction thousands would die. But Makule, who feels he knew Atta well, is convinced that's only the benefit of hindsight.
Unbelievable that man can do something like that. And that especially a human being like Muhammad, who made this thesis, is able to do that. It's impossible.
And just as Muhammad Atta was unnoticed even by those who knew him, European security experts say Al-Qaeda, too, is still virtually invisible in cities that offer ethnic camouflage for terrorists who are prepared to die. Despite more than 200 arrests in Europe the past year of suspects linked to Al-Qaeda, Manfred Klink, director of Germany's national police, is convinced the threat remains high. There are still members of Al-Qaeda throughout Europe, he says, fully in position to attack. Here in London, for instance, authorities now believe as many as 600 British-based Muslims spent time at Al-Qaeda training camps. And while most have returned to Britain, many can't be traced. Terrorism experts say much of Al-Qaeda's support structure in Europe, often linked to fundamentalist mosques, has hardly been touched. Security crackdowns haven't cut off the supply of cash or new recruits.
For every terrorist that's captured, another one is being recruited. So the terrorist well will never dry up.
European counterterrorism is more cooperative across the continent now and much more visible. But the only test of how successful it's become is the measure of what hasn't happened yet. Richard Roth, CBS News, London.
As a footnote to Richard's report, you may want to note that the Muslim heritage populations in many countries in Europe, Germany, Britain, Italy, and most especially France, is much larger than most Americans reckon. Well, in recent weeks, of course, President Bush and his chief advisors have spoken frequently and forcefully of opening another war. This one, the new war with Iraq. CBS's Mark Phillips is in Baghdad today with the view from the other side. Mark?
Yes, Dan. Well, there's much being heard here, of course, belligerent noises from Washington and to some extent from London. But I must say, in terms of the kinds of buildup that attacks on Iraq have had previously, this one, from this point of view at least, is very much perceived to be in its early stages. Interestingly, the talk of launching a next wave of the war on terror in Iraq is very much seen here in the context of the 9/11 attacks. There have been official pronouncements today describing the war on terror in its early stages, Afghanistan, and that kind of thing as very much a war described here, as I say, on Arabs and Muslims. Now the anniversary is being described here as an opportunity for the Bush administration to relaunch old grievances against Iraq. Here they're described as the manufacture of the old saws of the production of weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, nuclear, that kind of thing, which of course the Iraqis are denying that they're doing. The issue centering, they hope, on the question of whether or not UN inspectors will be allowed back in. They are assuming, or insisting rather, that if inspectors are to come back in, it be part of some sort of comprehensive deal that lifts the 12 years of sanctions that haven't actually had too much of an effect on the local economy. But this is very much being described here as a way for the Bush administration, as described to the Iraqi people, a way from the Bush administration to distract the American public from troubles at home, troubles with corporate America and that kind of thing. I will say, though, that they're taking very much a two-pronged approach here, a good cop, bad cop, it's been described, approach to the effect of some members of the cabinet saying that if there is an attack, that Iraq will, of course, be defended, right here on the streets of Baghdad, for that matter, and calling for uprisings across the Arab world. We haven't heard the same kinds of belligerent talk we heard, for example, before the Gulf War. No promises of mothers of all battles or that kind of thing. But at the same time, there is a door being opened here for negotiations, I believe, with comments coming from Foreign Minister, for example, saying that this can be resolved at the UN level, that there's talking to be done before any of the shooting starts. Dan.
Mark Phillips reporting live from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. The war on terrorism and the events that led up to it, including 9/11, have been receiving increasingly close scrutiny from those on Capitol Hill in Washington. And that includes our own man on Capitol Hill, CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer, who joins us now with a guest this afternoon. Bob?
Well, thank you, Dan. I'm with Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama, who, as you know, is the ranking Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee that's been looking into all of this since 9/11. Senator Shelby was one of those who said in the very beginning, this is simply a failure of American intelligence. I would like to ask you, Senator, how's the investigation going? Do you know any more about what happened than you did at the beginning of this investigation?
Bob, that's a very good question, and I think a timely one. The joint investigation that the Senate and the House Intelligence Committees conducted has been slow to get off, but we're making some progress. The question that I ask all the time and ask myself, will we have enough time? Will we dig into all the problems and find the answers that we need to protect the people in the future? And I come up with the answer, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't have all the answers, and maybe we're going to need another investigation or others after we finish our job.
Well, now, in the beginning, your committee was talking about holding some open hearings, and those were postponed several times. Are you, in fact, going to be able to have open hearings before this Congress adjourns?
Our plans are next week, Bob, we'll have our first open hearings. We discussed that at a meeting between the four of us today, Congressman Goss, Senator Graham, Congresswoman Pelosi. This should be announced in just hours.
I was going to say, I think that's news here, that in fact you are going to have the hearings.
Absolutely, we're going to have them.
Who are you going to hear from?
Well, we hope to hear from Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, Secretary of State, Colin Powell, of course, in a public session, Director Tenet, Director Mueller, the FBI, and we're going to leave nothing unturned because I think the security and the functioning of our intelligence agencies is too important.
Do you think, Senator, from what you have learned so far, have you been able to determine whether this could have been prevented?
Well, Bob, this is hindsight. I believe some of it, if it hadn't been, maybe we couldn't prevent it all, but I believe we could have mitigated it. If, you know, you're privy to the Phoenix memo, to the Moussaoui case, and I'm sure there are other things that we don't know about yet that will come out. Had this information
Senator, I'm very
been
sorry. I'm told we have to wrap this up. Back to you, Dan.
Well, Bob, thank you very much, and our apologies. I want to underscore them to the Senator for having to break off so abruptly. That the long-running conflict between Israel and the Palestinian remains a kind of wild card in America's relations and conflicts in the Middle East and throughout the Muslim world. And we don't want to go through the afternoon without at least touching that chord. So let's get an update on the situation from CBS's David Hawkins in Tel Aviv. David?
Dan, much of the Arab world is incensed by what's going on here between Israelis and Palestinians and by the U.S.'s overwhelming support for Israel. But did America's role in the Arab-Israeli conflict have anything to do with the September 11th attack on America?
In other words, did any of this lead to this? Israelis and Palestinians may not agree about much, but they agree about this.
Let me tell you, as a Palestinian, nothing justifies the horrific attacks of September 11th. Nothing whatsoever.
There is no justification for terror, ever, ever, no matter what you profess your cause to be.
The conflict here may not have been a cause of September 11th, but September 11th has certainly had an effect on the conflict. For the better or for the worse depends on who you talk to.
And my worry was, oh my God. Oh my God. Now we will become the focus of everyone wanted to exploit September 11th to their benefits.
After September 11th, America woke up. And people now in Israel feel that we're not alone. We have this tremendous alliance with the greatest power on earth.
No longer held back by U.S. calls for restraint, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon let loose Israel's military to wipe out the Palestinian terrorist infrastructure. After all, that's just what America was doing in Afghanistan.
9/11 was hijacked by Sharon, and he employed it to his agenda.
Overnight, Palestinian Authority President Yasser Arafat
became Israel's Osama bin Laden. Palestinian terrorists clearly didn't get the message that for Americans, terrorism was no longer something that happens to somebody else or somewhere far from America's shores. After September 11th, anyone even tainted with terrorism was on the wrong side of the war. Dan?
David Hawkins reporting live from Israel. Joining us now from Washington to lend his perspective is a man who knows the Middle East as well as anyone in this country, our longtime analyst and CBS News consultant, Fuad Ajami. Professor Ajami, thank you for being with us this afternoon, as always. Here's the question.
Thank you, Dan.
For a long while, the U.S. government told us that enemy number one was Osama bin Laden. Then, for whatever reason, it shifted to enemy number one is Saddam Hussein. Overseas, there are people who say this is a classic case of bait and switch. Why should we not believe that?
I think that's a very wonderful way you put it, Dan, if I may say. I mean, that's a good description of this perspective abroad, that we have used the pain of September 11 as a warrant, if you will, for this new war in the Persian Gulf against our old nemesis, Saddam Hussein. But I think that's a false view of things. I think there's a connection. There may not be a smoking gun between September 11 and Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein didn't give us the terrors of September 11, but he is implicated in a very indirect way in these terrors that came our way on September 11. We must not forget that had it not been for these troops in Saudi Arabia that were monitoring Saddam Hussein and monitoring and enforcing the no-fly zone in southern Iraq, the Saudi realm would not have been radicalized, and Osama bin Laden wouldn't have had a brief against us. So these two are related.
Professor Ajami, someone who knows George Bush the elder well said to me that George Bush I was very concerned that if we attack Iraq, that it will put incredible pressure on the monarchy in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
He wasn't suggesting that George Bush I doesn't want to attack Iraq. But whether that's true or not about George Bush I, what about the stability of the Saudi Arabian monarchy if we move with a new war against Saddam Hussein?
Dan, I think there is an industry that never sort of rests, which is to speculate about the stability of the Saudi realm, and to speculate about the stability of Jordan, and to speculate about the stability of Egypt, and worries that somehow or another that the Arab moderates will be swept aside, that they will be overthrown if we were to prosecute a war against Saddam Hussein. I don't share this view. The Saudi dynasty has been there since the middle years of the 18th century. The Hashemites in Jordan have been there since the early 1920s. The Arab states know how to stay in power. They know how to play the game. And I think they understand that just as they needed protection against Saddam Hussein about a decade or so ago in Desert Storm, that we, this time around, America has its own account in the lands of the Arab world, and that after the war against Al-Qaeda and the war against the Taliban, we have to go back to our old nemesis, the man in Baghdad. So these regimes will stay around. They know how to do it. I mean, they are masters at survival.
What about the theory, Professor Ajami, that I've heard overseas, that a new war against Iraq is step one, and after that's successful, it will be a move by the United States, hopefully with its allies against Iran? Do you put any stock in that?
I put no stock in that at all, Dan. I think there is this fear in these regimes in the Arab world and in the Muslim world that, look, America is on a binge, that we are going to go against Saddam, and after we sack Saddam, what will be next? Will it be Iran? Will it be Syria? It will only be Saddam. And I think this administration, the Bush administration, has been very, very good on this. We are not a trigger-happy nation. There is no hunger in this country. There's no hunger in the military for a war against Iraq, let alone a war against Iran. Saddam is a case apart. And a message to the Syrians and to the Iranians and to others that even in a difficult region such as the Middle East, Saddam and Saddam alone is our target. I think that message has been sent to all these regimes quietly. Even though we speak of an axis of evil, it really is Saddam who is a case apart.
We're about out of time, and I'm looking for a one-word answer, as we always are on television. Any doubt in your mind that we are going to have a new war with Iraq?
I think it is not really if. I think, as the cliche has it, it's when. I think this is done.
Thank you. You're watching CBS News continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America.
afternoon to you. I'm Reed Coleman. It's 12:25. As the Northwest remembers this day in American history, we want to keep you up to date on things happening in our area. First, we're going to go to Joel Iwanaga, who is at PDX. Joel, any problems out there with heightened security?
No problems at all, Reed, but a noticeable difference in the amount of passengers compared to yesterday here at PDX. We've been speaking with a lot of the passengers today, and they're saying inside the terminal is a virtual ghost town. Now, security remains ever tight here at the airport, as you mentioned, as federal transportation officials urging more vigilance from air travelers. But again, more people than usual aren't traveling today at all around the country. And some travelers that had already delayed their travel plans even before the terror threat level was raised to code orange. Industry experts blame fear of another terrorist attack and, of course, the lackluster economy on the way Americans will travel today, the anniversary of the attacks. Now, again, the first anniversary of the 9/11 attacks has put a damper on air travel across the country, including right here at PDX. Read some quick numbers. Domestic airlines reduced their flights by 13% in response to the terrorist attacks. Now, that's in response to 15% of fewer seats sold domestically. Back to you.
All right, Joel, thank you very much. Workers and passengers at PDX paused for a moment of silence this morning.
And in remembrance of the terrible events of last September 11th, we ask you to please join us now in a moment of silence to honor the victims and their families. Good morning.
The silence came at 5:47 this morning, the exact moment 1 year ago that the first plane struck the World Trade Center. Local colleges are joining the country in remembering September 11th. Amy Morrow tells us about Portland State University's contribution.
Promoting peace is what TSU students are all about today, and they're doing that today by dedicating 3 peace poles. These are 3 poles that were dedicated by last year's PSU student ambassadors. They were gifts from the student ambassadors. The poles bear the phrase, "May there be peace on earth," engraved in 24 different languages. They're all languages spoken by the student population. Poles like these are in places all over the world, including at the Winter Olympics in Utah. These poles will remain here as a way to continue to promote peace, of course, on a day when so many of us are searching for peace. Reed.
All right, Amy, we'll be right back.
Right here on Air Force One.
The President's Story. It's the one story of 9/11 you've never heard before, until now.
I didn't need any legal briefs. I didn't need any consultations. I knew we were at war.
From his flight across America to the White House threatened with attack, you'll hear what happened behind the scenes in his own words.
I can remember staring out the window, just thinking about what this meant.
60 Minutes 2, tonight at 8, 7 Central, followed by the documentary 9/11.
Our state leaders are remembering 9/11 today. Events are scheduled throughout the day at the Oregon State Capitol. Lori Schilling is in Salem.
We're about halfway through the September 11th ceremony here at the state capitol. This is an event to remember those who were lost and to really honor those who continue to protect us and fight for our freedom. And dozens of fire departments, police departments, and military branches have people here to watch and participate. Their opening processional received a standing ovation. The governor wanted this to be a ceremony representing the entire state, and it really is. Hundreds of people have come down here to let New York know that Oregon has not forgotten September 11th. The ceremony goes till 1 o'clock, and we expect a couple of exciting things in the next half an hour. An Oregon State police trooper will sing God Bless America, and we'll have a military flyover. That's the latest from Salem. Back to you.
There are many ways to spend September 11th. A prayer vigil will be held tonight at 6:30 at the Oregon City High School Stadium. A remembrance is scheduled in Gresham at Northwest 2nd and Main. The program begins at 6:30 and will include music and speakers. And the American Legion will hold a candlelight vigil from 7 to 9 tonight. You'll find it at the Portland Post No. 1 home on Southeast 122nd Avenue. CBS and Coin will bring you special coverage of the September 11th anniversary all afternoon. We are teaming up to bring you the latest on all the day's events from New York, as well as live local updates on what's happening here in the Northwest. Then we will bring you local news starting at 5 o'clock, again at 6:30, and again at 11 o'clock. Stay with KOIN 6 News. We will be back with another live local update at 5 minutes to 1. Have a good day.
This CBS News special report is part
part of our continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
And this half hour in our CBS News continuing coverage of the first anniversary of the attacks on America, we begin turning our eyes to the future, to tasks such as using the hard lessons we have learned and defending this nation as best we can from future attacks, and to rebuilding what was so tragically lost on that clear blue Tuesday that was September 11th. And it may be worth remarking that if it had not been such a clear blue sky day, if it had been one of those days we often have in New York, cloudy, foggy, it may have been that the assassins in those planes could not have found their targets. Unfortunately, we will never know. We begin this half hour right here in New York City, which at this moment 1 year ago lay wounded and burning. Thousands were dead, including hundreds of police officers and firefighters who were first to respond to the disaster. Their comrades, those who survived, took away some cruel lessons about communication and cooperation. And since then, those in charge have been taking stock and taking some action, as Jim Axelrod reports.
Amid all the raw emotion of the last year, one of the toughest jobs for the New York police and fire departments was taking a stone-cold, sober look at how each responded to the 9/11 attacks.
We all do things today that if we had it to do over, we'd do differently, and that's the nature of human beings. So we wanted to learn lessons that will help us if, God forbid, something like this happens again.
Topping the list were problems with communication and cooperation. When the South Tower collapsed, NYPD officers were watching from a chopper. They radioed police in the North Tower to evacuate. Dozens of firefighters were working in there as well, but they couldn't hear the calls that saved so many police lives.
They had a better communication system. Their communications worked better than ours. They had a helicopter that was broadcasting, and our radios could not talk to that police helicopter.
No shared frequency and few, if any, shared resources. For instance, there were no firefighters in that police chopper assessing the situation. Years of rivalry and turf battles made that kind of cooperation unthinkable. That was then.
We now have fire chiefs in our helicopters whenever they want to.
But even if shared frequencies and resources had let firefighters eavesdrop on police orders to evacuate, it very well might not have been enough. For years, firefighters had complained their radios were unreliable in New York City skyscrapers. And while the department is now testing new radios and new ways to boost signals, a chief lesson of 9/11 might be the limits of technology in the concrete canyons of New York.
There's no magic radio that's going to perform 100% under every circumstance.
That's horrifying to hear. Horrifying to hear that he would put such a negative statement out there.
Monica Gabriel lost her husband, Richard, when the South Tower collapsed.
My husband was on the 78th floor.
She learned that even after the plane crashed into the tower, her husband was injured, but alive.
Recently found out a firefighter got up to the 78th floor. They were getting the evacuation of that floor ready.
But, she says, he never had a chance because of the radio problems. And what's worse, she says, the problems were no secret. Bad radios hindered rescue efforts 8 years before in the 93 World Trade Center bombing.
They did nothing to address the communications problems, so there were no lessons learned from 93. Because they didn't learn anything in 93, there was a bigger loss of life in 2001.
This time, both departments say, is different. When a fire broke out in a power substation this past summer, and the city briefly thought it might again be under attack, police and fire officials responded together, a first for New York City.
You can learn a lot from every catastrophe. We're learning a lot from this one.
A philosopher once said, those who forget history are condemned to repeat it. A year later, the New York City police and fire departments are determined to do neither. Jim Axelrod, CBS News, New York.
Since 9/11, we Americans have seen many changes in daily life. Many of those changes in the name of domestic security. So how much real difference have these changes made? 60 Minutes correspondent Steve Croft went looking for answers, beginning at the White House with Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge.
Are we safer now than we were on September 11th a year ago?
I think America is considerably safer. I think we are much better prepared, but I don't think there's any question that there is considerably more work that needs to be done.
Ridge is still waiting for the bill creating a Department of Homeland Security to get through Congress. The Border Patrol can't hire or keep enough people, nor can the Sky Marshal program. The Transportation Security Administration is facing deadlines for checking passengers and baggage that can't be met. And a congressionally mandated computerized entry-exit system to keep tabs on foreign visitors is still 3 years away.
Why does it take so long to do some of these things?
Clearly, the entry-exit system, that's a very high priority for Congress, a very high priority for the President. I think we'll get that done in the next couple of years, but the technology of that will take several years to ramp up.
But it's not just missed deadlines or slow technology. There are serious questions about policy. Airport screeners confiscate tweezers while cargo containers go largely uninspected. The government continues to rely on random searches to find terrorists at airports.
I think there's been a disproportionate reliance on random searches for the past couple of months. You can't treat every passenger the same. You can't treat every piece of luggage the same. You have to scrutinize them all, but depending, the level of scrutiny should depend on what you may know or don't know about that individual.
Do people from certain Middle Eastern countries that are visiting the United States and flying on domestic airlines present, in your mind, a greater risk?
The ethnic background of an individual has to be one of many, many characteristics. We don't like to use the word profiling in this country, and it's a good thing. However, if that factor in combination with a variety of other factors that terrorist experts could take a look at and say, we better subject this person to a little more scrutiny, I think that's the approach that we need to take.
Attorney General John Ashcroft's Justice Department has implemented some of the biggest changes since 9/11. The Immigration Service will finally require colleges to report if foreign students really show up for school. And the INS is being more restrictive about who enters the country. But it still doesn't have the people to enforce deportation orders for 320,000 aliens, or to even locate them. At the FBI, there are some 900 new special agents, and field agents have new powers to monitor suspects at religious and political gatherings. Attorney General Ashcroft has ordered a wartime reorganization to make sure the kind of FBI intelligence failures that contributed to September 11th won't happen again.
I've personally liberated FBI agents to do things that county sheriffs and highway patrolmen and constables and police officers have been able to do for a long time in terms of discovering evidence in the public. We've developed new channels for the information at the FBI with fail-safe mechanisms, if you will, so that if it hits a wall at one place, it's also considered somewhere else.
To those who scare peace-loving people with phantoms of lost liberty, my message is this: your tactics only aid terrorists.
Last December, the Attorney General showed little regard for people who criticize his anti-terror tactics. But since then, a series of federal court cases have ruled security policies such as withholding the names of detainees and holding secret deportation hearings are unconstitutional.
One judge on the Sixth Court of Appeals said, democracies die behind closed doors. Well, very frankly, democracy is under attack. We're at war. We're not going to provide our enemy with information about which or who of his operatives, individuals we may or may not have in custody.
Ashcroft insists he hasn't gone overboard.
There is no security for security's sake. The object of our security is the freedom of the American people. So I tell the people in the department, think outside the box. Think of new ways to do things, but never think outside the Constitution.
At the White House, Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge says there is no tactic or policy that will guarantee total security.
Can you seal up every hole? Can you eliminate every vulnerability?
It's very unlikely that we'll ever be able, no, I won't say it's unlikely. We'll never be able to say the system is perfect, it's impregnable, nobody can get through. We have to work toward that goal, on a theory of managing the risk, but we'll never develop a perfect, fail-safe, guaranteed system.
CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues in 1 minute, so stay here with us.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go
and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer.
Let this be our prayer.
When we lose our way,
Guide us through each day.
lead us to a place.
Guide us with your grace.
Give us faith so we'll be
Most Americans know how the Twin Towers collapsed. We've all seen the pictures which even now bring a catch to the throat. The man we're about to speak with knows why they fell. Gene Corley is a structural engineer who headed the government investigation into the collapse, and he's here with some insight into what might prevent this kind of destruction in the future. Mr. Corley, the buildings came down in under 2 hours. It took almost 7 years to build them. What caused them to collapse that way? Was it the impact of the planes or was it the fire?
Well, the planes impacted them and did a lot of damage, but neither of the impacts was enough to bring the building down immediately. It was the fire that followed that weakened the remaining steel and reduced the strength enough that they finally collapsed.
Now, I'm told that there's some kind of retardant that's put around steel and the beams in a building to protect it against fire, and that some of that was blown off in the impact of the two planes. Is that correct?
That's correct. When we reviewed the photographs of the buildings as the fire was burning, we could see clear evidence that a lot of the fireproofing had been knocked off. And once it's knocked off, it no longer provides the protection, and that hastens the time at which a building weakens so it falls down.
Would any amount of fire retardant have saved those buildings?
Well, I think it's possible that if there had been enough on it, and if it had not been knocked off by the impact, that they might have even stood up under the fire that followed.
And what about the clustering of the stairwells? 5 of the 6 stairwells in the 2 buildings were taken out by the impact and then the subsequent fire. Is that a problem, a safety problem? Have we learned anything from that by clustering stairwells that way?
Yes, I think we've learned a lot from that. Under normal circumstances, the locations of the stairwells were certainly logical. But under the circumstance of the attack by aircraft, all but one of the stairs was completely knocked out, we believe. Therefore, people could not get down from up above where the aircraft hit.
These buildings were completed in 1973.
Yes.
Is there anything that could have been done at that time that was not done?
I think from what people knew at that time, everything was done that should have been done. In retrospect, after 2001, there are some things that we might do differently in the future, but prior to that, well, such things as moving the stairwells out so they're further apart in a building. Also providing fireproofing materials that stick to the steel better and can sustain the impact better. There's some other things like the protection around the stairwells. In this case, we have eyewitness accounts that the walls of the stairwells were knocked into the stairwells and did not hang on to the frame as well as they might have if they'd have been attached differently.
They had wallboard in some cases around part of it.
That's correct. All of the stairwells in the towers had wallboard around.
You wouldn't do that today if you were building this?
Well, the wallboard's okay. What should be done differently in the future is that it should be attached differently so that the impact doesn't knock the wallboard down and jam the stairwells.
Mr. Corley, thank you very much for joining us. Dan? I want to note that some of the families of victims, rightly or wrongly, are convinced that we still don't know all we should know about the construction of the Twin Towers. And that'll be a developing story as time goes along. We've seen how much this place, this 16-acre site in the downtown heart of New York City, changed on 9/11. Now, after the ruins and the remembrances, comes the rebuilding. But what will rise here? Mika Brzezinski joins us with a look at how the city and its people are wrestling with that very question. Mika?
Well, Dan, I'm coming to you from St. Paul's Chapel, which, even though it's just feet from ground zero, it was virtually unscathed by the attack on America 1 year ago. But the 16-acre area where the towers once stood used to generate up to $50 billion into New York City's economy. It now brings forward mourners, memorial services, and also controversy over what to build there. The World Trade Towers had been twin exclamation points in a skyline of greatness. Now, what remains of this hallowed ground is a 16-acre hole in the heart of New York's business district. And everybody has an opinion on how to fill it.
Put those things right back up. The same silver color, the same architect, the same angle.
Since the towers were destroyed, the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation has been tasked with rebuilding the site, approving designs, and supervising construction. Last week, the LMDC held one of many public hearings.
We need a skyline that does justice to the wonderful people we lost, and once again causes our spirits to soar. Our living memorial, our new World Trade Center towers must be at least 111 stories tall.
With 6 plans for the Trade Center site already rejected flatly by victims' family members and by public officials, LMDC Chairman John Whitehead recognizes the challenge ahead.
What's the possibility that everybody will be happy once this process is over?
I suppose zero if you talk about every single individual. I believe our job is to build something that meets their needs and still have a beautiful, inspiring place.
A leading spokesman for the families, Monica Eichen, who lost her husband in the attack, is lobbying hard to keep commercialism out of the rebuilding process.
I think that's sending a more powerful message to the world that's watching everything we're doing by saying we respect the human loss of life, that we value that more than the dollars.
An opinion reflected by former New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani.
And the memorial should be a living memorial. It should be a library, a museum, a grand edifice that contributes to the skyline of the city.
Larry Silverstein, the man who holds the long-term lease to the Twin Towers, agrees there should be a memorial. But he says commercial revitalization in the heart of the city is just as important.
In my judgment, it would be a tragedy of tragedies to give the terrorists that victory and not rebuild.
Final designs for the memorial are about 2 years away, and it's likely to be a decade, Dan, before New York City's skyline reflects the tribute to those who were lost. Dan.
Mika, stick with me for a second, if you will. That, you know, as a personal opinion, I loved it when they had the 2 searchlight beams going far up into the sky for a while at night. Any thought given to reinstituting that and making something permanent at night?
You know, a lot of people have asked me about that as well, and that was the question I had for some of the people behind the mission to try and rebuild Ground Zero. It's a thought. Another thought is to have some sort of structure that goes up 80, 90 stories, and then perhaps a grate that goes up all the way as high as the World Trade Towers once stood, perhaps then lit up at night from that actual grate area. So the building would not go as high as the towers once stood, but there would be some sort of structure that represented a symbol of the World Trade Towers as it stood a year ago.
Dan, there were a lot of people in this neighborhood who liked the lights, and they were willing to live with them for a limited period of time, but said that you have to understand that as beautiful as this is, it makes it impossible for us to live here. Good point. Well, this day is a milestone in America's recovery from the attacks of last September 11th, a single milestone on a long, dangerous road. It's the end of a year. It is not the end of our mourning and not nearly the end of the war. Many Americans would prefer to ignore this anniversary, and that's understandable. The pain is still too real for a lot of people. For those of us who lived through that day, the words 9/11 will always evoke memories of the horror. With time, the date will recede into the calendar, and the attack on America will take its place on the timeline of our history, not as 9/11, but as September 11th, 2001. Since that date, some 4 million Americans have been born. For them, for their generation, and for generations to come, it is a day they will learn about from their parents and grandparents, read about in school, and yes, as they choose, watch hour after hour of video recordings of what has been called the most documented event in history. They will see that America's freedom was challenged and was endangered as never before. We can only hope that they will also see that America met the challenge, that America refused to allow the threat of terror to force this land of the Pilgrim's pride, land where our fathers and mothers died, to live in terror. If so, this generation will have, in the words of our Constitution, secured the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. Now, if you will, a look back at how this morning America chose to remember for the first time the anniversary of September 11th, 2001.
I came down here to the area of Ground Zero, and I once again felt some of the tremendous anger that I feel about the attack that took place on us and the loss of a lot of my friends and a lot of people that that we're still feeling the effect of on their families.
Again today, we are a nation that mourns. Again today, we take into our hearts and minds those who perished on this site 1 year ago, and also those who came to toil in the rubble to bring order out of chaos, and those who throughout these 12 months have struggled to help us make sense of our despair. Now we join with our fellow Americans in a minute of silence, led by President George W. Bush from the South Lawn of the White House in Washington.
I don't remember the last time I told him that I loved him. I would give anything to go back to the morning of September 11th and tell him how much I appreciate everything he's done for me. You were the best father I could ever ask for. I missed you, and I hope you didn't hurt too much. Love, Mary Ann.
Kevin Francis Cleary.
James D. Clear.
Jeffrey W. Cloud.
Susan Marie Klein.
Stephen Coakley.
Jeffrey Allen Cole.
Patricia A. Cody.
Daniel Michael Coffey.
Jason M. Coffey.
The enemies who struck us are determined, and they're resourceful. They will not be stopped by a sense of decency or a hint of conscience, but they will be stopped.
You're watching CBS News, continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America.
Good afternoon to you. I'm Reed Coleman. It's 5 minutes before 1 o'clock. As the Northwest remembers this day in history, we want to keep you up to date on some of what's happening in our area. Security at the nation's airports is tight, and it's going to get tighter as some pretty significant deadlines loom. Eric Taylor is at the airport with more.
I'm Eric Taylor at PDX. Now, since the September 11th attacks, there has been renewed attention, of course, on airport security. And one of those items within that issue is, of course, baggage. By the end of the year, all bags going on all flights must be screened in some way for explosive devices. Now, that involves some pretty complicated computers and some pretty complicated machinery like this here. There are about 35 airports across the country that are expressing some hesitation, some doubt as to whether they will meet that December 31st deadline. However, the TSA and PDX tell us that they are fairly optimistic that deadline will be met here in Portland. There's one other important deadline we're going to tell you about, and that pertains to something over here. And this is the other deadline-sensitive area. You've heard a lot about how the employees at these stations are employees with a private contractor. Well, come mid-November, actually November 19th, there will be federal government employees here at these screening stations, and things will operate a little differently. We're told by PDX and the Transportation Safety Administration that they are on time for that requirement as well. Now, we have been through a lot of changes in the past year, but you can certainly look for more changes even before this year is through. We'll take it back to you.
Turns out a lot of those private contractors may wind up getting federal screening jobs after they get more training. President Bush raised the terrorist alert level to code orange yesterday, and it looks as though the Portland Air Base is on high alert this afternoon. Warren Petrie joins us with more. Warren.
Yeah, Reed, business is brisk at the Portland Air Base. Yesterday afternoon, they started getting ready with the arrival of an Air Force AWACS Airborne Radar Command and Control Center aircraft. The Air Guard F-15s are out and armed. They're flying patrols as well. Also, the Air Force sent in 5 F-16 fighters. They are armed as well, and they're all up today patrolling the Pacific Northwest and the West Coast. I can tell that the AWACS is up because I'm getting a lot more frequent interrogation hits on my transponder that tells them who I am and where I am. So they are patrolling throughout the day. As you see here in this video, that crew members are actively engaged in getting those aircraft ready to launch and keep them up continuously throughout the day, which to everybody watching at home should make them feel a little bit better that the armed services are doing their job and doing what they can to ensure that we're all safe. Back to you.
Keeping an eye on everybody, including the TV news reporters in the sky.
That's right.
Thanks a lot, Warren. We'll be right back.
It's been a year since we suffered one of the most unspeakable tragedies imaginable. If you're like many of us, you don't know how you're even supposed to feel. Maybe you're not as up in arms as you were a year ago, not as focused or outraged. I'm here to tell you that's normal, it's natural. You've found the strength to continue to be who you are and who America needs you to be. But as you move on, do not let the sun set on you another day without reaching out to those you love and saying or doing that which is in your heart. Thank you.
Events are held around the Northwest this morning, marking the anniversary of the attacks. Dave Erickson is in downtown Portland at Pioneer Courthouse Square. Dave?
Good afternoon, Reed. Hundreds of people continue to pile through the square this afternoon. Let's take a look right now. You can see many people enjoying the ceremony as music is being played. And as we pan over to the left, you can see the memorial that it's building. It's a sphere of the world where flowers and flags have been placed since 5 o'clock this morning, in fact. Mayor Vera Katz was the first person to place a flower on that memorial. As we pan back over, the music is right here in the center stage. And off to the right is part of a volunteer program called Celebrate Our Community. And if you go to celebrateourcommunity.org, you can register to volunteer for projects around our area. There's hundreds of them that can help out with places in your community. In fact, there was a group of students, 250 students, 8th grade class of Cascade Middle School here from Vancouver, Washington, learning about volunteerism, how they can get involved, and also to understand how Portland, Vancouver celebrates the anniversary, or commemorates, rather, the anniversary of 9/11. That's the latest from here. Tonight, there's something interesting. 2 ladder trucks will be over the square right here with their ladders extended with the flag hanging down below for the backdrop. Take it back to you, Reed.
All right, Dave, thank you very much. And stay with KOIN 6 News for continuing coverage throughout the day. Mike Donahue will be back at 1:25.
CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues.
From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
Good afternoon from New York City. America's attention returns here to Ground Zero, where President Bush is due to arrive later this afternoon. He's on his way now to place a wreath at the spot where just over 2,800 people died 1 year ago today. Most of them, but not all of them, are fellow Americans. Top developments at this hour here in New York, in Washington, in rural Pennsylvania, and across the nation. It's been a day of solemn and emotional remembrances and the giving of honor. Here at Ground Zero, the day began with a moment of silence at 8:46 a.m., the time when the first hijacked plane struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center. A mournful tune by Bach broke the silence. Then former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani began the recitation of the names of the 2,801 people missing and dead in the World Trade Center attack. The reading took more than 2.5 hours. While it went on, a stream of relatives walked down to a circle, the circle of honor marked off at the bottom of Ground Zero, amid clouds of dust kicked up by a swirling north wind. They left flowers and remembrances at the deepest part of the Ground Zero pit. President and Mrs. Bush observed a moment of silence at 8:46 a.m. on the south lawn of the White House. Then later in the morning, the president took a determined and even defiant tone speaking at the Pentagon, where 184 people were killed in the crash of a hijacked plane. The president said they did not die in vain.
What happened to our nation on a September day set in motion the first great struggle of a new century. The enemies who struck us are determined, and they're resourceful. They will not be stopped by a sense of decency or a hint of conscience, but they will be stopped.
From there, the president and first lady flew to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, to honor the passengers who died aboard United Airlines Flight 93. They greeted relatives of those who fought back against the murderers and forced that plane down, probably averting another attack on Washington, possibly the crashing of the plane into the Capitol. Within the next hour, the president now will be here at Ground Zero in New York. Later this evening, he will address the nation from Ellis Island in New York Harbor with the Statue of Liberty as a backdrop. That'll be at 9/8 Central Time. With the nation still officially on high alert for terrorist attacks, a high alert put on yesterday, a Northwest Airlines jet was diverted today after a report that 3 passengers were, quote, acting suspiciously and had locked themselves in a bathroom. Police and firefighters surrounded the plane at Fort Smith, Arkansas, and passengers were taken off the aircraft. The FBI is investigating, but so far not saying much. In Washington, federal officials did say they don't believe this was a terrorist incident. And in Houston this afternoon, an American Airlines jet returned to the airport shortly after taking off for Dallas because of what was described as a, quote, security incident on board. Federal officials later said it appeared to be a case of, quote, an unruly passenger. 2 people were taken into custody there at Houston. And the closing bell sounded just moments ago at the New York Stock Exchange in Wall Street, just a few blocks from here at Ground Zero, rung by members of stock market families who lost loved ones last 9/11. The nation's biggest exchange was only temporarily shut down by the attacks a year ago. CBS News business correspondent Anthony Mason is live at the Stock Exchange this afternoon. Anthony?
Dan, the markets could not muster a rally today. The Dow was off modestly by about 25 points. But in many ways, like the rest of us, Wall Street just wanted to get through this day. No one was quite sure what this anniversary would bring, except, of course, for some very painful memories. The stock exchange felt it was important for business to go on as usual, but there was a very real sense of sadness in this building as traders stopped to remember the day that Wall Street was darkened by clouds of debris and the markets were brought to a standstill. The New York Stock Exchange delayed its opening until noon today and began its session with 2 minutes of silence that stilled the usually bustling capital of capitalism. New York City police officer Daniel Rodriguez broke the silence with the national anthem. A year ago today, the opening bell never rang on the trading floor, and the markets would remain closed for 4 consecutive trading days, the longest shutdown since the Great Depression. That's why a plaque was placed outside the exchange today, and why the opening bell this September 11th was greeted with applause. Now, September 11th is going to have lasting effects on the way business is done here on Wall Street. The New York Stock Exchange has decided to build a second trading floor. Now, that will mean that half of the traders and half of the stocks on the floor behind me will be moved to a second facility, possibly outside of New York City. That way, if either site is attacked, the second site would be able to remain up and running. Now, this will take 5 years, but the New York Stock Exchange, effectively, Dan, is going to be split in 2.
Anthony Mason, thanks. Joining us again now live here in New York is the former New York City Police Commissioner, Bernard Kerik, a man who was in the eye of the storm last September 11th and in the days that followed. And with me still, of course, is our CBS News correspondent, 60 Minutes man, Ed Bradley. Commissioner, thanks for coming back.
Thank you.
As you've gone through this day, what's been running through your head and heart?
I think about last year. I think about that morning. Think about the families. I saw a number of the family members of the 23 cops that we lost this morning, what they have to go through, what they've gone through over the last year. The kids without fathers. Maura Smith, the only female police officer, she had a small daughter, about a 3 or 4 year old daughter. She no longer has a mother. I guess today that's what I've thought about the most.
Commissioner, there were reports, I mean, in the first moments and hours and in the first days, there was tremendous solidarity and teamwork between the police and firefighters. As days wore on into the weeks, there began to be reports of friction between the two, and sometimes we could see it on television. They were trying to break police lines, that sort of thing. Put that in perspective for us. How serious was that?
You know what, I don't think it was that serious. It was frustration. It was fatigue. People have to remember these guys, the men and women that were down there on the recovery teams, they were working 12 hours a day. We would sign them off duty, and they would stay on for another 6 to 8 hours and try to work through the night on their own time. It was, I guess it was battle fatigue. You know, there was high frustration levels. We were, the effort to get these people out of there, if they may have been stuck in voids, if they may have been stuck in areas where we could get to them, that's what we were concerned with. Was there competition between the police and fire departments? Absolutely. There has been for years. I don't think it was as much friction as it was just a competitive desire to get the job done.
The new police commissioner, your successor, Ray Kelly, a very experienced law enforcement officer, has made it very clear that he's pouring resources into intelligence and other anti-terrorist activities. Now, why am I not to believe, or not to believe, that this is a signal to second-story men, safe crackers, pickpockets, all kinds of other criminals say, I think New York might be a pretty good happy hunting ground for me, since they have their eye on terrorism and their resources pointed there?
No, I think there's a couple issues. One, we have to pour the resources that we need into the intelligence communities, into the investigative abilities. We have to make sure we do that. If we don't do that, these people are going to come back, and there'll be another attack, and we won't see it coming, just like we did not see this coming. We have to do that. But at the same time, by creating an intelligence clearinghouse, by making sure that the federal government is talking to the 660,000 police officers around the country, that will give us additional crime-fighting tools. So I'd give a word to the wise, to the criminals. This isn't going to deplete the criminal investigative ability of New York City police officers. It may just enhance it.
Commissioner, we hope you'll stick around with us for the rest of this half hour. I want to talk to you some more as time goes along. CBS News correspondent Byron Pitts was on the scene when the events of last September 11th unfolded, and he is here at Ground Zero again today, watching the events of this anniversary. Byron?
Well, Dan, for weeks now, New York's Mayor Bloomberg said he wanted a service that was, quote, simple and powerful. Today was certainly that. with the somber sound of bagpipes. Fire police officers marching the streets of New York's 5 boroughs, 250 strong, bound for Ground Zero. Once here, the songs of ceremony and sadness replaced with silence. A moment of silence at 8:46 a.m. To mark that moment, a jet became a missile, and America went to war.
Again today, we are a nation that mourns. Again today, we take into our hearts and minds those who perished on this site 1 year ago.
New York's mayor spoke. The governor read Lincoln's Gettysburg Address.
The world will little know nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here.
And then the names.
Richard Avery Aronoff.
The names of all 2,801 men and women, sons and daughters, killed on this day in this place 1 year ago today. At 9:03, all stood still and went silent once more, marking the moment a second plane hit the World Trade Center. At Ground Zero, there was no singing, no long speeches, just names and silence. Loved ones left roses at the bottom of the pit at a place called the Circle of Honor. On this day, a hole 7 stories deep seemed holy, and a teenage girl who had lost her stepfather spoke with a woman's wisdom that only comes through loss.
In my eyes, he's died a hero. And how much more could you ask for?
This morning, Dan, you described the scene here as biblical. Many of the relatives we spoke with said it was exactly that. They came here, they cried, they prayed, they remembered. Dan.
Thanks. When news of the attack on New York first reached Washington a year ago, it shocked the capital to its roots, of course, but it also brought people together in a way that in other circumstances might have seemed unlikely. CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer joins us now with a case in point. Bob, tell us about it.
Well, Dan, when it all happened, most people up here thought at the beginning that it was an accident. I think that's what most people everywhere thought. When the second plane hit, then they knew it was not an accident, it was some sort of a terrorist act. And as that morning wore on, if I look just across my shoulder here, just back over there, we could see the smoke coming out of the Pentagon. By then, there was a report that another plane was heading here. It was complete and total bedlam. A lot of people don't know this, but the First Lady, Laura Bush, was here on Capitol Hill. In fact, she was about 50 feet from where I'm standing here in the building I'm in, just down the hall from Senator Ted Kennedy's office. She was going to appear before his committee that morning to talk about education. Yesterday, I sat down with Senator Kennedy, and he talked about those first hours.
Well, it was a very special day because Mrs. Bush was about to make her first appearance on the Hill. My wife, Vicki, called up and said that a plane had hit one of the World Towers, and shortly after that, I heard about the second plane striking it, and then of course, we immediately canceled the hearing, and I started walking down the corridor, and there she came by herself with her aides 20 or 30 feet behind her, and that scene sort of sticks with me. There was a person of strength, there was a person of perseverance. She clearly had heard the news, but she was very composed, and I think those qualities reflected themselves afterwards. When 5 or 10 minutes after that, she appeared before the members of the press, and she gave just a wonderful, warm statement, and it was sort of the first words that I think the country heard. They're very reassuring, they're very strong, and I think she made a very important impression and contribution to the spirit of America. And after she left, the word was out to evacuate the buildings, and we went to the park that was just outside, and here you see the senators and staff circling around, and we were really out of contact. We couldn't call anyone in our office. I remember having this sense of enormous vulnerability and sort of rage, cascading different emotions at the time. Didn't have a great deal of time to sort of think what you were going to do next, but you certainly had the string of emotions. It was sort of America at its best. It's You know, the flag in many respects never flew higher than it did from those kinds of emotions. And I think the resonance of that is still out there.
And it was, of course, while Mrs. Bush was here on Capitol Hill that the president, who by that time was in Florida, was able to talk to her for the first time. I talked, actually, to the president about this sometime later. He said, after he was assured that his wife was all right, he said the first thing he asked her was, are the dogs okay? And she assured him that they were, that they'd been taken down into the bunker below the White House. Quite a day. Back to you, Ed Bradley.
Thanks, Bob Schieffer in Washington. Right next to Ground Zero is a small church that dates back to the American Revolution, St. Paul's Chapel. And ever since the attacks, it's been a refuge for emergency workers, and it's been a shrine to the victims of September 11th. CBS's Mika Brzezinski is live at St. Paul's Chapel. Mika?
Well, Ed, St. Paul's Chapel is celebrating the volunteer spirit today because it is here where hundreds of recovery workers ate and slept for 9 long months as they worked at Ground Zero. And many of them came back today to relive the strength and the spirit that they found here.
Family members and rescue workers flocked to St. Paul's this morning. Yet again, the chapel serving as a beacon for thousands. Ground Zero worker Pat Pinson put muscle into the recovery effort, but needed this place to mend his broken heart.
It was a place you can go and relax and just get away from the noise and the stink. It was, sorry.
The chapel has stood through world wars, major fires, and 1 year ago today, the attack on America. It was a miracle among the horrors of 9/11.
The fact that it survived, I was first amazed. I didn't believe that it did survive, and I came down, I had to see it for myself, and they automatically just started putting things together and setting up for us. They never gave any thought to how close they came to being destroyed.
For 9 months, St. Paul's was a haven for recovery workers. Here, they slept, prayed, and ate. Some pews are still scarred from their equipment, intentionally left as a reminder of this chapel's role in history. This canine rescue unit out of Pennsylvania remembers St. Paul's as their pillar of strength.
The dogs would read off of us. We were becoming depressed. And the dogs then became depressed because we were. So we had to leave to get psyched up again, to go back in.
We came and we rested and we became nourished, not just physically, but spiritually as well.
Now, the mementos that you see on the wall behind me will be removed, but officials at St. Paul's tell me that every single one will be archived and saved. Ed.
Commissioner, did you ever become depressed the same way that those workers did, seeing this day in and day out?
Honestly, Ed, I don't think I became depressed. There was times I thought about it and I was saddened, but I don't think I had time to be depressed. We didn't have much time off. And in one sense, the rescue workers, the people that were down there on a daily basis, the cops and firemen, and the people that came from all over this country, from around the world, the American Red Cross, the Salvation Army, these people really were an inspiration to me. So I think they did more to help me and help the city than they did to depress me or give me a sense of depression.
You had a lot of volunteers down here as well.
We had volunteers that they started coming in on that day within hours. I noticed about 2:30 in the morning that was September 12th. When I got to Ground Zero, we had people from Washington, D.C. that had come up, people from North Carolina. They were coming from all over the country, and as the first 3 or 4 days went on, and you have to realize we didn't have airplanes at that time, we didn't have flights coming out of airports. These people were driving in from all over the country. There were volunteers from all over this nation.
May I ask you how you heard about this? Where were you, and what was the first thing that you were told? Because when I heard it, someone said a small plane had accidentally hit the North Tower.
I was in my office, and one of my staff members came in and said that a plane had hit Tower 1, and they were excited. The people in my office was excited, and I basically said, calm down, relax. It's, you know, there's tragedies in this city every day. I thought it was a small aircraft until I went to my office and my conference room and I saw the damage to the building, and then I I said, who said it was a plane? They said, well, that's what the aviation, the NYPD's pilots are saying. And I had my doubts at that time, but I responded. I was at the scene when the second plane hit Tower 2, and then I realized what was happening.
Commissioner Carrick, thank you very much. The 9/11 hijackers may have been motivated by anti-American hatred, but their terrible deeds were fueled by money. And even now, a year later, there's no guarantee that the flow of terrorist cash has been cut off. Jim Stewart in Washington has been following the al-Qaeda money trail. Jim?
Ed, there's no question that U.S. authorities have made tremendous progress in taking a bite out of al-Qaeda's wallet, as well as discouraging future contributions. But the flip side to all of that is that al-Qaeda has always worked on the cheap. Less than 3 weeks after the Twin Towers came down, the FBI was stunned to discover that Osama bin Laden's terrorist organization had pulled the whole thing off for less than $500,000, or about $160 per victim. Agents could even itemize the tab. $49,500 for airline tickets. Many flew first class, of course. $39,500 for flight lessons. $6,100 for rental cars, and another $6,100 for hotels, and on and on. And being the good, dutiful employees that they were, hijackers Mohammed Atta and Waleed al-Shiri had even wired $15,000 in unused funds back to al-Qaeda for future operations. Ever since that discovery, disrupting al-Qaeda's finances has been a top priority for U.S. officials who see the terrorist group as a cash-hungry corporation.
The infrastructure itself of terrorism, al-Qaeda itself, needs a lot of money to keep going. And if we can whittle away on that, they're going to be a lot less capable as an organization.
They needed cash to maintain the 5 training camps in Afghanistan. They needed cash for the weapons and explosives and cash to travel. They even had a payroll to meet, all in cash. Most of that came initially from bin Laden's personal fortune, estimated at between $30 million and $300 million. Later, Arab charities funneled hundreds of millions more in. To date, the U.S. has identified more than 10,000 accounts and individuals tied to al-Qaeda finances and frozen more than $112 million in assets worldwide.
Well, we know that we've had a good deal of success. We know from various sources, which we're not really at liberty to discuss specifically, that al-Qaeda is strapped for cash.
Strapped maybe, but not broke. Jose Padilla, the American suspected of scouting for al-Qaeda here, was given $10,000 in cash for his trip. And a suicide attack against a synagogue in Tunisia after 9/11 was also paid for in cash. More troublesome, al-Qaeda's chief financial ministers, the men who know where the money is hidden, are still missing. All that presumes, however, that al-Qaeda is dependent on cash more than anything else to stay in business. The reality, however, is that its most valuable asset may not be money at all, but rather something they seem to have an endless supply of, which is young men who are willing to die for the cause. And Ed, we should also point out that the Associated Press has just moved a story from Afghanistan, quoting U.S. officials as saying that they have captured a top financier in the al-Qaeda or Taliban networks. They don't identify the man by name. They say, however, he was a significant target, so we'll be looking for more details on that later. Ed?
Jim, do you know of people that they've picked up in the past? Have they been able to get information from them? Are they talking, in other words?
Well, they are talking, but they're not answering very many questions about finances. There are a few anecdotal things that we can look at. You may remember there was a giant military operation called Anaconda in the midst of the war. After that, several Taliban groups dispersed, and it is reported that several of them were handed small amounts of money at that time. And finally, there was the recent interview on Al Jazeera. You may recall that one of the men there, Ramzi bin al-Shib, a key figurehead in the 9/11 plot, was said to have been working on 3 laptop computers and having an array of cell phones going off around him at the time. So presumably they have at least walking around money. Where they're getting it, however, is just not clear, Ed.
So, Jim, today we don't know where the funding is coming from. How difficult is it to track it?
It's very difficult to track it because so much of it in the past came from a sum of money that bin Laden had personal control over, and also came from charitable organizations where, frankly, people thought they were giving to charities over there, and it was going to al-Qaeda, Ed.
Jim, thank you very much. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America.
Good afternoon, I'm Mike Donahue. There is breaking news on this day of remembrance. A huge house is on fire in Canby. Firefighters are employing unusual tactics to put it out. Warren Petrie is live over Canby in News Chopper 6 with a look. Warren?
Mike, that's right. We'll take you outside here. This is a 3-alarm fire being worked currently by Canby Fire Department. The address 11463 Township Road. It's about 2.5 miles east of the town of Canby. The unusual tactics they're using, we understand they've called for a helicopter to come in with a Bambi bucket, drop water on it. The problem they're having is a lack of water. You see, they just ceased spraying water on it again. The fire broke out through the ridge of this metal roof. The fire has burned so hot that the metal on the roofing is sagging and is holding the heat inside. Just as we arrived a few minutes ago in News Chopper 6, this is what it looked like as the house was fully involved, the fire burning out through the east end of the multiple-story structure. Again, a 3-alarm blaze. All the equipment out of Canby are responding to this, and again, they have called apparently for a helicopter to come in and do some bucket work because they simply do not have enough water. We see water tenders from the Canby Fire Department on the road, but they're having to intermittently stop spraying it with water because they don't have enough supply to put the water on it continuously. Unfortunately, it looks like this house may end up being a total loss. Mike, back to you.
Thank you, Warren. Warren Petrie over a house fire in Canby. In other news, a Portland-based human rights organization speaks out against the arrest of a local Muslim cleric. United Americans for Palestinian Human Rights accuses the FBI of showboating and trying to create a, quote, frenzy against Islam. Sheikh Mohammed Abdurrahman Kari was arrested at PDX Sunday on charges of document fraud. Monday, he pleaded not guilty to those charges. Kari will remain in jail pending a November 5th trial. And a show of support at Portland International Airport today, some of it moral support. The rest involved moving vehicles. Eric Taylor explains from Portland International.
Well, hello, I'm Eric Taylor in Northeast Portland. We're actually on Airport Way right now, and we wanted to show you something pretty striking. Take a look at this. Small flags lining Airport Way from 82nd all the way up to the terminal. Now, we're told that these flags were donated by Willamette National Cemetery and that retirees actually from United Airlines took the time and effort to place them here. Of course, United Airlines, one of the airlines that was greatly affected in the September 11th attack. So this is one thing you want to look for. And here is the other thing you want to look out for is parking up on the second level at departures. I'll tell you what, the traffic officers have been very diligent about enforcement today on the anniversary of the September 11th attacks. Now, here's how it works. You can get out of your vehicle, hang around your vehicle. You can help your party with their luggage, but you do not want to go in there. If you go in there and leave your vehicle unattended, you will get a ticket, I think a $40 ticket, or you will get towed. Again, this goes for every day of the year, but enforcement is particularly diligent today on September 11th. We'll take it back to you.
Flags and fines at PDX. We'll be right back.
KOIN 6 News celebrates the spirit of our community. One short year ago, the soul of our nation was put to the test. But we came away with a new spirit of community. We stood in long lines to donate blood. We flew to New York and walked shoulder to shoulder with those who were there. And we pitched in where needed to help our neighbors cope. We should all be proud of the way we pulled together and proud of the community we share.
Hundreds of people are, of course, remembering today, and if you would like to reflect on this last year since 9/11/01, memorials are planned throughout the evening. A commemoration is scheduled in Tigard's Cook Park tonight at 6:45. A candlelight vigil will follow a short memorial program. Food donations will be collected for the Oregon Food Bank. Your personal heroes will also be honored. A remembrance march will take place in Corbett. Meet at the grade school at East Historic Columbia River Highway at 6 tonight and bring a flashlight. Stay with KOIN 6 News. We'll be back with another local update at 2:25. We leave you with the Portland Symphonic Choir this morning.
Zero.
CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues.
Good afternoon from Ground Zero in New York. I'm Ed Bradley. We are awaiting the arrival of President Bush for wreath laying in memory of the just over 2,800 people who died here a year ago. Earlier here in New York, there was a touching ceremony at Ground Zero where more than 2,800 people died when the World Trade Center came under attack. Let's take a look now at some highlights from this morning's solemn commemoration in downtown Manhattan. Well, we've lost our signal there. We wanted to show you some of what went on this morning. I think if I had to recall one memory from everything that happened today, it was the reading of the names. That I thought it would take an hour and 15 minutes. It took well over 2 hours to read every single name of the people who were killed at that day. Let's see if we can bring up the videotape now and take a look at some of the highlights from this morning's memorial service.
Again today, we are a nation that mourns. Again today, we take into our hearts and minds those who perished on this site 1 year ago. Now we join with our fellow Americans in a minute of silence, led by President George W. Bush from the South Lawn of the White House in Washington. Governor George E. Pataki.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far beyond our poor powers to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here.
They were our neighbors, our husbands, our children, our sisters, our brothers, and our wives. They were our countrymen and our friends. They were us. Mayor Rudolph W. Giuliani.
Edelmiro Abad. Maria Rose Abad. Andrew Anthony Abadi. Vincent Abadi. Lawrence Christopher Abel.
Walter Barron.
Gerard A. Barbara.
Paul Vincent Barbaro. James William Barbella. Ivan Kyrillos F. Barbosa.
Colleen Ann Barkow.
Davo Michael Barkway.
Matthew Barnes.
Sheila Patricia Barnes.
Evan J. Barron.
Renee Barrett Arjun.
Natalie Barrios La Cruz.
Mary Catherine Bofa.
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan.
Darren Christopher Bohan.
Lawrence Francis Boisseau. Taro Coleman.
Liam Joseph Colhoun.
Robert D. Collin.
Robert J. Cole.
Gene Collin.
Michael F. Lynch.
Vincent S. Morello.
Takashi Ogawa. May God bless the victims. We love you all. May God bless America.
Order! Hold! We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Perhaps we just want to sit here for a moment and think about particularly that last scene in the Circle of Honor in the pit here at Ground Zero. Now, the events of a year ago are burned so deeply into all of our minds. The men and women of CBS News who reported the awful news of that day and the days that followed look back now to remember the day that changed America.
Just about that time, the first tower began to collapse. And you look like the building's falling down.
There was a screaming of metal. It was the sound of steel on steel.
Your eyes are drawn up to the top of the building, and the top of the building just began to peel off and fall down.
The back of the building bowed out, it bellied out, and almost like jello. It was a liquidy, can you believe it? A concrete building actually seemed liquidy, blew out, and then started to melt its way down.
And for me, it was all happening in slow motion. I mean, I still remember the sound. I still remember the pace at which the building, parts of the building began to fall.
It seemed like slow motion standing there. You could almost see the pressure explode each floor as it went. And there was this sound of metal on metal and glass on glass, and the best way I can describe it was just a screaming sound.
People were jumping, and I remember hearing screams from the crowd below as this building fell on top of them. And I just stood there. I couldn't move. Everyone started running, and I just was sort of memorizing what I was seeing and trying to believe it, and I don't think my brain would let me believe it.
All of that I see in slow motion still to this day. But again, it was, what, 900 feet up? And while they looked relatively small from the ground, the pieces of this building, it was a couple of floors worth of concrete that was coming down right where we were.
And then you start hearing debris hit the ground. And it gets louder, and it gets closer. Still seems to be in slow motion. And then at some point, you realize that objects that you once stood next to, or that you could see, were now being hit.
Our correspondents remembering. Although the focus this afternoon has been on Ground Zero here in Lower Manhattan, the truth is families throughout the greater New York City area are remembering the loved ones they lost on that day. Randall Pinkston joins us now from Middletown, New Jersey, just across the river. Randall?
Dan, just a few hours ago, I looked across the street and saw what appeared to be a normal scene, children who were going to recess. And then I recall that nothing here is normal. 19 of those children lost their parents a year ago. St. Mary's Roman Catholic Church lost 26 parishioners. And this county, Monmouth County, lost 158 people, more than any other county in New Jersey. Clearly, the people here are searching for a new normal. And some of them are finding it by leaning on each other, the victims themselves. After all, no one understands better the loss of a parent or a spouse or a child than someone who shares the experience.
It's excruciatingly painful. It brings you back to that day and that time period, which was a living nightmare.
Mindy Kleinberg's husband, Alan, was one of the victims of the World Trade Center attacks. In the years since his death, she's found support from 3 other women who also lost their husbands that day.
And it isn't just September 11th, because September 12th we were looking for them, September 13th we were looking for them, September 14th, then all of the memories are going to come flooding back.
Memories of the life she shared with her husband, Kenneth, and their 2 children. Lori and Mendy decided to go to Ground Zero today. Kristen Breitweiser chose to stay away.
Maybe when they have a memorial park or something, I would take my daughter. But, I don't really feel the need to go there.
Nor does Patricia Casaza, who is still grieving for her husband, John.
There was a prayer circle on the 105th floor that day, and I know my husband was in that circle, and I know he would have been leading his coworkers through a circle of faith.
Want to have
These women found each other through the fog of despair this past year, and they found a common mission.
We're asking for an independent investigation. We want to know what happened the 24 hours that made up September 11th. We don't think the questions have been answered.
They organized rallies,
Senator Clinton from New York.
visited the White House, and lobbied Congress,
We hope that we can just spend some time with you and talk.
Absolutely. My time.
looking for answers.
Our biggest question, we spend $500 billion on national defense. Tell us one thing that, as a country, we did in a defensive posture on the morning of September 11th.
The point is, out of that day, okay, let's look at the failures, not so that we could say you did badly and you did poorly, but so we could prevent this from happening again.
Just as the women have drawn strength from each other, their children have also grown close.
I have this guy right here and that guy right there, and then my friends and my mom, of course. They tell me, like, that we're gonna make it, even though my father didn't. We're just gonna live through this.
Lori Van Auken's daughter Sarah wrote a song about losing her father.
Daddy, are you there?
While Patty Casaza's son John drew a tribute to his dad, a Superman emblem over the World Trade Center, kryptonite on the suicide jet.
When I was a little kid, I always thought my dad was like Superman, and he only had like one weakness, which was the kryptonite. And that plane was the kryptonite crashing into Superman. Bye, guys.
Out of broken families, there are new, strong bonds and new understanding of the importance of ordinary things.
Something my son said, you know, stuck with me. He didn't get up to say goodbye to his father the morning of the 11th. So we make sure now that we always say goodbye, I love you, and, you know, give hugs and kisses before we walk out the door, because you really don't know.
Give me programming and ear.
Now, from New Jersey, here back live at Ground Zero, President Bush has just gotten out of his helicopter, and despite winds in the 35 gusting to about 45-mile-an-hour range, they flew the helicopter in. The president has entered the presidential limousine and will now be motored to have a look around Ground Zero, including this circle of honor down on the pit at the heart, in the marrow of Ground Zero. Now, the president is not expected to say anything here. That the president's, the next time he's scheduled to speak, or let us say make any formal speech, will be tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. That's when President Bush will be speaking live to the nation from Ellis Island with the Statue of Liberty as a backdrop. Right now, he's simply being motorcaded from his helicopter to Ground Zero, where he can pay his respects. As we like to remind ourselves from time to time as Americans, the American presidency, by constitutional command, the president is both the head of state and the head of government. Whereas in Great Britain, the Queen or the King is head of state, and the Prime Minister is head of government. In our system, the two are combined with the president. So the president does things such as the ceremonial rituals, very important ceremonial rituals such as those today, and is expected in his oratory to speak to the ethos of the country as head of state. He also has to make those tough decisions as head of government, such as whether to start a new war in Iraq, for that matter. Ed Bradley, something occurred to me when Randall Pinkston was in his report talking to the widows. One, it occurs to me, it's tough. It's really tough to be widowed in the way these women, most of them young women, still young women, have been. The other was that I remember that 9/11, I knew that people were jumping from the buildings. But one, I couldn't bring myself to report it. It was a form of self-censorship, if you will. And two, like so many things that happened that day, it was just so almost incredible. Although I knew it was confirmed, double confirmed, triple confirmed, something within me said, you know, I just can't believe that's true.
I heard in the film that will be rebroadcast, the two French brothers made following that one fire company, tracing the route of a Proby, a rookie fireman that day. One of the firemen said, in listening, every time they turned or they heard that noise, they knew that sound, and they were inside the World Trade Center with the cameras at, that was another person who had jumped. And one of them turned to the other one, and he just said, what could be so bad, just think of this, up there, that it would cause someone to jump?
Well, now we know what could be so bad. It was literally that towering inferno. And those people had the choice. I stand here, I stay here, and I die painfully, horribly burned, or I leap to my death. And some made the second decision, and frankly, who are we to question it?
It's a tough choice. It's a choice no one wants to have to face, and too many had to face it that day.
Our CBS News coverage of the day that changed America will continue in just a moment. President Bush, having flown to New York from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, then gotten in a helicopter, been helicoptered to the general vicinity of Ground Zero, has now been motorcaded to the pit. What you see now is the live picture of the president arriving in this area, and what he will see is the Circle of Honor. That's a big circle where families of victims each place a single flower today, which will be made into a mosaic as a lasting memorial to the victims. And the president will see all around him how almost amazingly much of this area of Manhattan has been rebuilt, but he will also see how much there is still to do. Keep in mind that so much damage was done below ground. Remember that the falling, collapsing towers speared deep into the ground and did much destruction underground. You see here in our live picture, the honor guard formed across the walkway for the president to walk into the pit. He himself will walk into the pit, lay a wreath, his second of the day, and then he will mingle with victims' families for a good while here in Lower Manhattan. Watching with me all of this is Ed Bradley and our senior White House correspondent, John Roberts. John?
Came here to New York City to witness the World Trade Center. September 14th, I believe, was the date. The president said that he just could not have been prepared by any of his aides for what he saw here. He described it as a living nightmare. And it's also the place where it could be said that the president found his voice in the early going after September 11th. You might recall that on the day that the towers collapsed and the Pentagon was hit and Flight 93 went down, there was some concern about why the president didn't come right back to Washington, that he may have been somewhat halting in his first response, why he flew to Nebraska and then came back to Washington. But there was that scene where he was there with all of the firefighters and the rescue workers, and there was that crushed fire truck there. And the president hadn't planned to say anything that day, but he climbed up on top of that fire truck and he was handed a megaphone, and all of the chanting began, and the firefighters and the rescue workers were chanting, USA, 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 and some were saying, Mr. President, don't you forget this, don't you ever let us down. And the president was having a little bit of a problem hearing, and someone said, we can't hear you. And he picked it up and he said, I hear you, the world hears you, and pretty soon the people who did this are going to hear from us. And Dan, that is probably the most memorable moment, and here it is.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
A pivotal moment in the days following September the 11th, and certainly the world and the people who perpetrated this horrible crime did hear from him. As to how this has touched the president personally, he likes to say that it really hasn't changed him, although you'll see that he sports a few more gray hairs than he did a year ago. Probably the typical wearing of the office, as so many presidents have experienced before. But First Lady Laura Bush said the other day that this has indeed changed him. It's made him into a much more serious person. This is just about all he thinks about each and every day. Since September 11th of last year, the president has given no fewer than 200 speeches. And at almost every one, Dan, this is the first topic that he discusses.
John Roberts. You may want to consider the words of an anonymous ancient Greek, 5th century BC, who said, we have a deathless yearning for these dead, an immortal yearning in our mortal bodies for these people. And so it is today, as the president makes his way to the Circle of Honor down in the pit. Some of our stations will be cutting away for local news, others will be sticking with us. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. Live from the cusp of the pit at Ground Zero, You're watching as President Bush makes his way to the pit to lay a wreath, as I said before, his second of the day. Watching with us all of this, CBS News correspondent Byron Pitts. Byron?
Dan, it has been an incredibly moving day here. I was struck by having been at Ground Zero on September 11th a year ago. We watched all that debris float to the ground. This morning I was struck by all the things that were floating up from the ground because of the wind. There was that moment that you talked about when a gust of wind stirred up the dust and it covered the crowd, and there was some concern about the well-being of the family members who were there. I talked to a woman named Peggy Gabarini. Her brother is a lieutenant for the New York City Fire Department, one of those who died. She said that moment when that cloud of dust covered the Ground Zero, covered the pit, that she felt great comfort that the people around her who had also lost loved ones in this place felt that same sense of comfort by that cloud of dust. It reminded them, they said, that perhaps their loved ones at that moment were with them, watching over them at this place where so many died. Dan?
CBS News senior Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer. Bob, there is that unwritten law of politics that those who control the images control the agenda. And certainly today, understandably in our system, and it would have been this way with a Republican or Democratic president, the president and the White House have controlled the agenda. When you think about it, there have been very few members of the legislative branch of Congress seen or heard this day.
Well, they've all been here. They have been in the Senate. There was a memorial service. There will be a service here at 5:30 this afternoon on the steps of the Senate. But I think this really is as it should be, Dan, because this hasn't been a day when we've been following the president around. This is a day when we've been going from Ground Zero at almost holy ground there to the Pentagon where that other plane hit, and then up into Shanksville. I think it's very appropriate that the president should have visited all of those sites today. I agree with what John Roberts said just a while ago. When the president came to Ground Zero and he picked up that bullhorn and told those workers, "I hear you and the whole world hears you," it was at that moment, I think, that the president, who had been elected president, actually became the leader of the country. When I interviewed the president for my forthcoming book, he told me that he took great strength from what he saw when he came to Ground Zero that day. And you'll recall in those days, it was not just a case of confusion in getting the government organized. The president had some very, very difficult decisions to make during those hours after the attack on 9/11. He told me that the most difficult decision he had to make was when he talked to the vice president and authorized the military to shoot down a civilian airliner if they determined that it was an airliner that the terrorists were trying to turn into another weapon and crash into another building. He told me, he said, "You don't make that kind of a decision very lightly," and he said, "I must tell you, I still think of it every single day. Thank goodness that was a decision that never had to be ordered." These were very difficult days in the hour after 9/11. I think it is very appropriate, Dan, that we go back and visit all of these sites today and see the president doing it, because as you said in the beginning, the president of the United States is not just the head of the government, he's the head of state. That means he represents us all. And so today, he represents us at each of these places.
Back at New York's Ground Zero Live, we just wanted to pause for a moment and let you absorb this scene while we do the same. For some of you, your local news is next. The rest of you, our special CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues.
CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, continues. From Ground Zero in New York, here is Dan Rather.
Good afternoon. We are remembering, we are honoring, and we're looking forward. President Bush has just arrived here at Ground Zero in New York, where he's about to lay a wreath in memory of the 2,800 plus people who died here 1 year ago today. The President will also be meeting with family members gathered here, as he did earlier in the day around the Pentagon in Washington and then later around Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Tonight, the President addresses the nation from Ellis Island with that great lady, the Statue of Liberty, as his background. That'll be at 9/8 Eastern Time. Now the President, hand in hand with the First Lady, walks the long walk into the pit. You heard the present arms. Let's pause, listen closely, and see if we can hear the footsteps. Ed Bradley, it's remarkable in a city this size at this time of day. It's rare you will hear, well, rare you will have that kind of silence.
It is remarkable listening to it. Looking at those people who are lining the ramp down to the Circle of Honor. Most of them are what they call in the trade uniforms. Uniformed officers. There are a handful of civilians in there. I saw some white hats who had worked at the Ground Zero site there. Most of them are members of the NYPD, the police department, the fire department. There are state troopers there, members of the Port Authority, uniformed members of the New York Port Authority, which ran the Trade Center, which controls the bridges and the airports in this city and also in Newark. And as I said, just a handful of civilians who were wearing the white hat going down towards that Circle of Honor. You could hear a pin drop down there. It's so quiet.
Again, Ed, let's just watch for at least a few moments. The wind is up, and the shadows lengthen as President and First Lady Bush come to the wreath. Now, after laying the wreath, the President, man to man, and to woman, and to children, goes down the line of the families of victims. It still catches in the throat to say it. 2,801 known dead at this one site. They died in just a short while that morning of 9/11. You know, here as he's been doing all day and doing so, well, there's no other word, I think, magnificently well, the President is offering condolences to families. He did it in Pennsylvania, he did it earlier at the Pentagon, now he's doing it here in New York. Words of encouragement, and yes, words of resolve. And just as he has mixed those things in his public oratory, he does so in these little personal words, paragraphs, little short things that he says to these family members. And one of the things the President emphasizes, yes, he gives condolences, his sympathies, his encouragement. When I spoke, he also passes along resolve. It's, as I understand it, pretty much in the spirit of something that the late Mahatma Gandhi said, that, quote, throughout the history of mankind, there have been murderers and tyrants. And while it may seem momentarily that they have the upper hand, they have always fallen. Always. Quote, unquote. Now, some of you will have your local news next. For the rest of you, our CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America, will continue. Back live at Ground Zero in New York as President Bush and the First Lady, without haste, worked their way through the saying of good things to family members who are survivors, those who've lost members of their family here in New York. Now, as we've been reminding you, President Bush will address the nation from Ellis Island tonight at 8 Central, and our senior White House correspondent, John Roberts, has a preview of what the President's going to talk about. John?
President Bush's speech tonight from Ellis Island with the Statue of Liberty in the background is going to really sort of contextualize for America everything that has happened in the past year. And the White House has just released a few excerpts of what the President is going to say this evening. And he's going to get very intensely personal. As you mentioned just a minute ago, he does so well, as you can see here, as he shakes a hand, plants a kiss on a cheek, a few words of comfort, and resolve to go on. The President will say tonight in his speech, for those who lost loved ones, it has been a year of sorrow, of empty places, of newborn children who will never know their fathers here on earth. For members of our military, it has been a year of sacrifice and service far from home. For all Americans, it has been a year of adjustment, of coming to terms with the difficult knowledge that our nation has determined enemies and that we are not invulnerable to their attack. And the President will remind Americans what's at stake here. He will say tonight in his speech, the attack on our nation was also an attack on the ideals that make us a nation. Our deepest national conviction is that every life is precious because every life is the gift of a creator who intended us to live in liberty and equality. Powerful, personal words delivered tonight in front of this nation's most powerful symbol of liberty, justice, and freedom. Dan?
John Robertson, we're going to go to Washington and Bob Schieffer, because, Bob, the President, after delivering what we now know is going to be a very personal talk to the American people tonight of maybe 6, 7, possibly 8 minutes at 9, 8 Central. Then it's a sharp shift of gears tomorrow morning before the United Nations, in a speech in which he is, for every indication, going to lay it on the line about Saddam Hussein in Iraq, and in no uncertain words say to the United Nations, okay, in effect, it's your insistence, give him an ultimatum. If he meets it, which we doubt, that's one thing. If he doesn't, then the United Nations pass a resolution in support of striking Iraq. So Bob Schieffer, the speech tonight, the talk, the very personal talk, will be totally, completely different from what he does before the United Nations tomorrow morning.
Well, I think that's exactly right, Dan, and I think you've outlined just exactly where that speech is headed. It's my understanding that the president will go before the United Nations, lay out the case against Saddam Hussein, say to the United Nations, in order for this to be a credible organization, we must be prepared to enforce the sanctions and the rules that we pass as members of the United Nations. And it's my understanding the president will then say, if the United Nations is not willing to enforce those regulations and is not willing to force Saddam to disarm, then the United States will reserve the right, and I underline reserve the right. He's not saying we're going to do it, to do that basically on our own. This is going to be a major speech. It's going to be a speech that those people here on Capitol Hill are going to be listening to very, very closely, because the president, it's our understanding, will also ask Congress to authorize him to take some sort of action depending on what the United Nations does. There's general consensus here on the Hill, Dan, that the Congress will back the president if this is something that is done through the United Nations. What happens beyond that is still to be determined. But this will be, as you say, one of the major speeches of George Bush's presidency, and nowhere will they be listening more closely than right here on Capitol Hill.
Well, nowhere except, Bob, if I say this respectfully, nowhere except perhaps in Baghdad itself.
Well, one would hope that is the case, because as we have seen, and I think some people here on the Hill would tell you, Dan, one of the reasons that the administration has taken the tough line that it has thus far is people here are convinced that Saddam Hussein is not a man who listens to subtlety. He is not a subtle man. They feel they have to be very, very direct, because I think everybody here, the most liberal Democrat, the most conservative Republican, would say that nobody here expects Saddam Hussein to do anything unless he is convinced he absolutely has to, or he faces very serious consequences.
Well, Bob, no one wants to be flip about anything as serious as this, but there comes to mind an old Western saying that may apply to Saddam Hussein. He's not gone, but if he puts his ear to the ground, he can hear the posse coming.
Well, if I were Saddam Hussein, I would say to Saddam Hussein, that's very good advice, Dan.
Bob Schieffer, reporting live from our nation's capital, and indeed at the Capitol itself. I want to turn now to Ed Bradley, who's with me here at Ground Zero in New York. Ed, there's been a lot of discussion about what to do here. Everybody wants to do the right thing. As I think it's now overwhelmingly majority of opinion that with the memorial to the Vietnam veterans in Washington, we did the right thing, but there's a lot of controversy in getting to that point. Now, somewhat the same thing is happening here. Everybody wants to do the right thing, but nobody knows quite what to do. What do the families want to do?
Well, the families want a memorial here. Most of them do. I mean, we've done some polling and talking to the families of the victims of 9/11 and also to New Yorkers in general. And most people say that they want to see something built here, but they don't want something as tall as the World Trade Towers were. They don't want a replica of that. Most of the families will tell you that they don't want anything on that site. Most of them say, in fact, and most New Yorkers say, that that square footage, that the footprint of the building on this site, on these the two buildings on this site behind us, that footprint should be a memorial, and that there should be nothing built there. The reality is that this is a very valuable area of a city in which space is very limited. We're not a city like Los Angeles where things can spread out. Here things go up because there's not very much space. It's hard for me to believe that there will be no commercial development of this area. I think that there will be some commercial development. I think that there will be a memorial behind us. The question is, what form would it take? And I don't think anyone at this point knows, because there's so many proposals out there, and they have to take into consideration not just the wishes of the survivors, if you will, and those people who lost families, but they have to take into consideration what other people in this city want. As you and I were talking earlier, it was nice to see the lights that were up, I think, for 30 days. And it was wonderful if you lived up on 89th Street. But if you lived next door to where those lights were and you had to look out at your living room or your bedroom at night, it was something you didn't want to see, but something that you would tolerate for a limited period of time.
As we watch President and First Lady Laura Bush work their way slowly with these families, the President just signing something for one of the family members there, Byron Pitts, who's at another location but also right here on top of what's happening, has been watching and listening. And Byron, from your point there, from your vantage point, give us some insights on what it's like down there.
Dan, in many ways, today has felt like a church service. At this moment, this seems like when the preacher meets the congregation. As we all know, the President and Mrs. Bush are a very religious family. And the President has talked in the past about the power of prayer. And I'm sure those kinds of conversations are going on now. This morning, during the memorial service, the pit, that whole 7 stories deep, seemed holy at times. We watched people fall to their knees and pray. We watched grown men cry. Most folk walked down. We saw some elderly people wheeled down. We saw young children carried down by their parents. I know, in having spoken with a number of the people who were at Ground Zero today, they value the President's presence today, Democrat or Republican, it does not matter. Anyone who's ever lost someone or loved someone, nothing perhaps can fill that void, but there's always value when people of importance come to you and offer their condolences. And certainly there are few men on this earth more important than President Bush. This has been a day, Dan, of so many moments, small moments. That moment earlier today when that cloud of dust came over Ground Zero. We talked to one woman who was there in honor of her brother, who said at first it was a bit difficult to breathe with that cloud of dust, but then she and the people around her all said they felt some sense of comfort, that they felt the presence of their loved ones.
So we have some.
And they felt real comfort at that moment. It has been a sad day, but also, I think, for many people here, a spiritual day. I've been struck by the contrast between today, September 11th, 2002, with this day a year ago. Dan, by this time of the day last year, people were beginning to come down to Ground Zero with those pictures of their loved ones, looking for answers. Well, a year later, they found some of those answers, but people came back again today with the pictures of their loved ones. We saw people throughout the day with, I saw one person with a quilt that had pictures of their loved ones and scripture written across it. Those same families who cried here a year ago cried again today as they came and came to the Circle of Honor to leave flowers and pictures and mementos of their loved ones. We saw a number of people, Dan, who dug up soil to bring home with them. As tightly scripted as this day was that the mayor had put together, I think people were scheduled to leave their flowers outside the circle, but some felt moved. One gentleman went into the middle, and then others followed and left things there. There was a moment, Dan, you mentioned earlier, where there was I believe it was a police officer, a uniformed man, who walked into the center of the circle.
Well, an apt stanza from America the Beautiful regarding today's memories. You heard them sing the words, "O beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life." Well, with the strains of America the Beautiful in the background and President and Mrs. Bush slowly working their way to their exit, the thought comes to mind that it's hard as a nation to so willfully remember a day that so many would rather forget at least in its brutal details. But the brutal details live on in our minds, in the museum that is our mind, and they are no small part of the story itself. Isolated tragedies are mourned by individuals and families. September 11th was a calamity that struck at the American family. It was an act of violence that killed more than we can bear, in Mayor Giuliani's memorable phrase. It also took from us firefighters, police, soldiers, rank and file citizens. It laid low corporations, brought fear to our skyways. It demolished two of our most towering landmarks and damaged the physical symbol of our national defense. A hit to the heart of some of the very people and things that tell us that we are more than a collection of individuals. We are a country, one country under God. We are a society. Perhaps the most brutal detail of all is this was precisely what was intended. 9/11 was not a natural disaster. This was done to the United States. Today, mourning and honoring our dead is a human gesture. It forces ourselves to remember how they died. And that is an exercise of national will. Led Bradley, as we watch the president with another hug, and this president is a toucher and a hugger. Not all politicians are. Some sort of force themselves to do it, but with President Bush, it comes so naturally.
He seems to enjoy it.
He does, and he seems to take from it himself. He also takes from it. You see him with it. But he's going to give this speech tonight at 8 Central. That'll be preceded by Scott Pelley's exclusive interview with the president and with other members of the administration about the minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour inside the top tier of government. That 60 Minutes 2 will be at 8/7 Central Time, then followed by the President's address. I paused, Ed, simply because I want to let this breathe for just a minute or two here. Well, the wind is covering some of that beautiful music. So, Ed, you had something you wanted to add?
Well, what's really sad in watching this, Dan, is you look at the people, the families of people who were killed in the World Trade Center. All of those people lost someone, but half of the people who were killed that day, their remains have not been identified. So that many of these people we're watching today have had no ceremony with a body or the remains of their loved ones. And that's really tragic. And I was in Summit, New Jersey, and we saw a family who lost their father, husband, that day. And when his remains were identified, what really brought home the horrific nature of what so many people went through was how little there was left of him. There wasn't enough to put in a coffin, but they wanted to bury him in a plot in a cemetery so that they could go and visit him. And I think we think of death and a normal body in a coffin. This didn't happen over there.
Well, as we watch and listen, Ed Bradley and I are going to fade away here at Ground Zero. But CBS News coverage of the events of this day will continue with my colleague Russ Mitchell. And then later I'll be back with Ed and others for an extended special edition of the CBS Evening News. So I'll see you later on the CBS Evening News. Our special CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day America changed, continues now with Russ Mitchell.
And good afternoon. It is 5:30 p.m. on the East Coast. I'm Russ Mitchell. Welcome to our continuing coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. As you can see right there, President Bush is still at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan, where a short time ago he laid a wreath in memory of the 2,801 victims of the World Trade Center collapse. Now the president is touring the site. He's meeting and talking with some of the assembled dignitaries, rescue workers, and victims' families. You may recall he did this also today in Washington and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. As we continue to watch these proceedings at Ground Zero, joining me here with their insights on this day and its place in our history are Professor Douglas Brinkley. He's the director of the Eisenhower Center at the University of New Orleans, and also journalist and author David Halberstam. His most recent book, by the way, Firehouse, profiles a New York City fire company devastated by the 9/11 attacks. So Firehouse about a few blocks from here. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Really do appreciate it. It has been an incredible day. David Halberstam, I have to ask you first up, from an historical standpoint, how important are ceremonies like this to the nation?
What I think connecting tissue, allowing the nation to sort of feel the texture of itself, to mourn together, I think that's important. I think it's a mistake to overdo it, to overdo the importance of it, but I think people want to feel some degree of participation. I think when an apocalyptic event like this happens, people want community. In New York, I would say, where so much of the devastation took place, we ached for it. And so I think a year later, there's a sense of wanting connecting tissue, wanting to be a part of a larger community. And that certainly has happened. It's also a mistake to overplay the importance of the day and what it means. I mean, this is a long haul. We will do well in this struggle if we are wise and patient. And those are not necessarily commodities that America has a great deal of these days. We're a very impatient society.
So, David, along those lines, and I know we discussed this earlier, this has been on television all day, and all the networks, all the cable stations have had it as well. Are these events, do you think that most Americans are glued to their television sets to watch?
No, I don't think so. I think they are watching out of one eye. They want to participate in certain things, and they want to watch some of the ceremonies. Governor Pataki reading the Gettysburg Address. They want to watch the president do the requisite ceremonial things. They are nervous that something else might happen. And I think there's a very quick saturation point, to tell you the truth.
Right now, let's go to Washington, D.C., in the steps of the Capitol there. There's a ceremony taking place right now. The nation's senators, I believe, they're singing God Bless America at this point. As we say, there have been ceremonies across the country today. This one in Washington had been planned for quite some time. There we go, steps of the Capitol building there on Capitol Hill. Douglas Brinkley, let me ask you this. They're getting ready there. They're tuning up their voices, and they're going to sing. Douglas Brinkley, let me ask you.
They're tuning up their voices.
We hope so. We hope so. Douglas Brinkley, let me ask you the same question I posed to David Halberstam. May have to cut you off if the singing begins, but how important do you think are days like today in terms of, from a historical standpoint, to the rest of the country?
Well, it's a bit of closure. It's been a year of monitoring the stories of all the firemen, of the people killed in the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, in Pennsylvania. Many of their stories have become part of our life. And I think the slogan of the day was, "We will never forget." You see that banner all over the place. You're hearing the song Amazing Grace being played. You're not seeing flags being flown in a frenzy of patriotism. I think it's a true mourning, and it's appropriate, I think, to kind of put September 11th behind us. I think until we had this day of national mourning, a moment of silence this morning, a kind of national prayer day, if you'd like. I think now, as when President Bush tomorrow goes to the UN, and we have a political season coming, I think that as a country we feel that we've done our job, at least for this year, of properly paying tribute to the martyrs and the dead of September 11th.
How do you think, as someone who observes these things very closely, how do you think President Bush has changed in the past year?
Well, certainly he's changed a great deal, I think. He seemed to come in very green. Nobody knew what to expect of him. September 11th happened, and the most famous visual of his presidency is when he grabbed the bullhorn and put his arm around a worker and seemed to unify the country. The commander-in-chief became a unifier. I think he's toughened his resolve, and the danger is with that tough resolve and the notion of justice that he says he wants, at times one feels it's kind of a revenge against the perpetrators of all of September 11th. And that's where I think he has to be very careful in why tomorrow's speech at the UN is going to be so important, because looking for justice is different, and as David said, we can be very impatient in Americans, and Bush's greatness was his patience, but that patience seems to be wearing thin, and I would argue that the virtue for President Bush will be to keep holding on to that patience a while longer and stay the course and not look for quick fix bombing solutions or quick war.
When he first came to office, many people accused him of being one-dimensional. As you watch him there right now, by the way, that's New York Governor George Pataki, also at the ceremony there at Ground Zero. As you watch, Douglas, President Bush there now, those criticisms, those early criticisms that he was one-dimensional, do you think they at all hold true, or are people seeing a totally different side of him?
I don't think he's one-dimensional. I think he has a great deal of authenticity that he seems to communicate to people. When you watch him now touching people, hugging them, kissing them, it doesn't seem fake like some politicians. It seems that there's something genuine about him. And I think we've grown to kind of like him more than maybe a lot of people would have thought. He really, I think, has excelled in communicating to the American people the national grief and the national sense of we're going to seek justice out of this. And he is now a president that did have a war under his belt, the war in Afghanistan, yet it's an ongoing effort. And all the tensions this year of the Middle East and the suicide bombers, and it's probably the most dizzying year of terror and confusion our country's had in quite some time. And I think people have trusted him to have kept the country going and kept it together. So there's high public approval ratings people pay attention to, and he's been around 70% all year.
President Bush at Ground Zero, where earlier this afternoon, I guess about a half hour ago, he laid a wreath. And he's expected to be there, I guess, for about another 30 minutes or so. He's definitely taking his time, meeting with many families there, just as he did earlier today in Washington, D.C., at the Pentagon and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. David Halberstam, historically speaking, September 11th, for those of us who are here, for those of us who are aware of what happened a year ago, it means one thing. For the 4 million Americans who were born in the last year, what will September 11th mean to them in 20, 30 years?
Well, what does December 7th mean to you? 1941, I mean, we don't know. I mean, it depends if they care about history. It will mean a lot. It means that we, in effect, lost our invulnerability. I mean, this country, which because of its oceans and then in the age of atomic weapons, because of our great technology, we were invulnerable on our own landmass to enemies. That ended, and so it's just almost like a psychological benchmark. It's not like there's an invading army coming after us, but it means that terrible things can happen on our own shores. We've been very lucky, very sheltered in this country. The terrible carnage of a very bloody century, World War I, World War II, took place in Europe and in Asia. Our most difficult war, Vietnam, was fought in another country. And so most Americans really don't have very much personal contact with vulnerability. That's over. It's more psychological than personal for most Americans. A very tiny percentage of the society was personally affected by what happened a year ago. But nonetheless, it's different.
David, I've read that you feel that between the period of, I guess it was November 1989, when the Berlin Wall fell, and the attack last September 11th, that America was basically napping.
Oh, sure. The book I did, War in a Time of Peace, which is really about, takes sort of the post-Cold War era. If you were really doing the better subtitle to it, and John Kennedy had once written a book about Britain right before World War II, Why England Slept. The better subtitle would be Why America Napped. We thought with the Cold War over that we were invulnerable. Our political agenda and our media agenda became incredibly trivial. If you'll remember September 11th, the big media day the big issue was Congressman Condit.
That's right.
There were about 6 TV teams camped outside his house and outside the Levy house. The big media get was Connie Chung interviewing Congressman Condit, and there was a big debate. Had she been tough enough? Had he said anything? I mean, it was an incredibly minor agenda of a country that is the leader of the free world. Foreigners, thoughtful foreigners who came to this country, turned on television sets or read most of our newspapers, could not believe that this was the debate going and the dialogue going on in the richest, most powerful nation in the world.
As we continue to watch President Bush at Ground Zero, let me tell you again what else is on tap for this evening. The president will be there for another 30 minutes or so. At about 7 o'clock Eastern Time, New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg will have a ceremony in Battery Park. That's in lower Manhattan. It's called a spear ceremony. The spear is the sculpture that was at Ground Zero at the former World Trade Center that was salvaged. There'll be a moment of silence there. And the mayor will quote from FDR's speeches over the years. Douglas Brinkley, what do you think the president needs to say tonight in his address to the nation at 9 o'clock from Ellis Island? What should he say?
Well, I think he has a historical opportunity to deliver a great healing speech. It should not involve foreign policy. I don't think it should be a speech about the perpetrators of evil or an axis of evil or about Iraq. I think it should be about American courage, the heroism of the firemen that David Halberstam has written about, the courage of the people that were on the airplane over Pennsylvania and stopping what could have been more violence. I think he needs to make what one would hope is a speech that would resonate for years to come as something about how America pulled together. You wonder what people are going to remember about September 11th. Historically, I think there are two things. One's the horror of it. We are in a video, television, 24-hour news cycle, and those scenes of the planes going into the towers and their collapse, I promise you future generations will be accustomed to that footage as much as we are of John F. Kennedy's assassination and seeing that footage, and even more so. So I think from that point of view, you know, the footage of all that will live on. I think he needs a speech that maybe lives on. Something, we've been quoting the Gettysburg Address or Franklin Roosevelt's Four Freedoms. It's an opportunity for President Bush to do a speech that would be in the quotation books, if you like, that might have a line or a paragraph that will be remembered for years to come. And when there's memorials here in New York and Washington for the dead of September 11th, the words of George W. Bush would be carved in granite. I don't think he's given us those words yet. We've got bin Laden wanted dead or alive. You know, we've gotten a lot of kind of rhetoric. I don't think we've had the great eloquence of a speech from him on this.
Well, why do you think that is? Why are we hearing the words from speeches of the past, as you said, the Four Freedoms speech and the Gettysburg Address?
Well, Arthur Schlesinger Jr. once said that the point of history is to remind us that our own times are not uniquely oppressive. And I think it does help when we understand what Lincoln went through and study what happened at Antietam and hear how many people lost their lives, or to find out about Pearl Harbor and the deaths there, or all the sacrifice of the Second World War. So to make people realize that this isn't as bad as September 11th is and was, in our past, we've overcome many things before. I think it's the we shall overcome kind of attitude combined with we shall never forget, which makes people want to look at the past and find golden moments. But as I said, I think tonight President Bush should have an original speech which he can set kind of a historic tone for years to come.
My colleague, correspondent Byron Pitts, is at Ground Zero. He was there a year ago when the towers fell. Byron, I have to ask you, I know you've talked about this throughout the course of the day, but I'd like to ask you, what, as you watch this, as you see this ceremony, and as you've watched the ceremonies throughout the day, as someone who was there from the beginning, what goes through your mind?
Well, Russ, I've noticed these last many hours that sort of an emotional progression. For the first time today, I think we're seeing people smile at Ground Zero. The old folks used to have a saying, some days you gotta laugh to keep from crying. And surely earlier today, we saw plenty of crying. I've noticed people have been handing the President and Mrs. Bush different items. I've seen pieces of paper, pictures. I saw someone hand him what looked to be a Bible that he took. Earlier today, we watched one woman walking down to the pit with a rose in her hand and a picture of her loved one, a young man, and the Bible quote, Isaiah 40:31. But they that wait upon the Lord, he shall renew your strength, mount you with wings of an eagle, so you can run and not be weary, walk and not faint. I think many people came here today to find strength, to find what they needed to go on till tomorrow and the days to come. I know that people have really valued the President's visit. It's been said so many times already that this is one of the President's great strengths, his ability to interact with people one-on-one with great sincerity. He is a religious man. In many ways, this day has been, I think, for many people, a religious day.
Byron Pitts at Ground Zero, thank you very much. You are watching CBS News continuous coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. I'm Russ Mitchell in New York, along with David Halberstam and Douglas Brinkley. And David Halberstam, you just completed a book. The book is out now, called Firehouse. It chronicles a firehouse here in New York City, one that lost many members 1 year ago today. Do you think that America's appreciation of firemen and policemen has grown dramatically in the last year?
Well, and particularly of the firemen, I don't think there's any doubt of that. The most lasting image of that day will be of everybody leaving the buildings and the firemen going in, and then the devotion of the surviving fighters, the strength of the widows and their family, the recognition of the kind of men they are, particularly in this city. They are gruff and strong. They are masculine without being macho, which is a very interesting little line to draw. That is, they don't have to swagger around in that firehouse. They don't, because they know who does what. I think so. I think there's a sense and appreciation of really the religiosity that moves them, that these are people who are willing to risk their lives for, and do every day, for absolute strangers. And New York firemen are, I think, a particular breed. I've never known anybody who dealt with firemen who didn't come away thinking, what marvelous men. I mean, they come in and maybe it's only a kitchen fire, but they do it with zest and good humor. Before I came here, I went over to the boat basin at 79th Street. That's about, for those who don't know New York, that's about right on the river, the Hudson River, about a mile and a half north of here. And all the members of my particular firehouse, Engine 40 and 35 truck, were there, the families, and they were having a very nice sort of little picnic there, and it was, I think, the sense of the extended family. All the children were there. I saw one father who'd been a fireman who'd lost his son in this, and it struck me, and he's somebody I'm very fond of, it struck me that he was in great shape. He's riding a bicycle a lot. He's been riding a lot of miles. He's going to bicycle to Washington. Suddenly he had a sixth sense that he's doing this to stay in even better shape so he can be around a little bit more and more physically for his grandchildren. I didn't ask him that, but I suddenly had that sense, and I think that's the kind of men they are.
Yeah. One has to wonder, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Is this a lasting appreciation of these folks?
I think the firemen, yes. I think the more you see, I mean, I can't speak for firemen in other cities. Certainly in Boston and comparable cities, the more you see, the more you like them. They're really uncommon men, because they're really men who could make 3 or 4 times as much money doing something in the private sector. They're all rather skillful as repairmen, and yet they choose to do this, and they do it because they like the community of the firehouse. Yeah, I think it will last.
Douglas Brinkley, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, and as a professor, there's a term we use called, is somebody a sustainable hero? And certainly the firemen are. And what I think occurred before September 11th was this great renewed appreciation of the veterans of the Second World War and what they did. And the reason was that those veterans of the Second World War were in every town across America. There was somebody, and whether it was Omaha or Kansas City or a small hamlet in Georgia or somewhere in the middle of the Painted Desert, there was a veteran there who stood up at age 80, and their heroism was talked about. And the American people really embraced that a great deal. Firemen are in every community. There are people in every city, town in America that are every day doing selfless things, and they never make the press. They are sustainable heroes, and I think we're embracing them collectively and individually all across the country, not just the firemen of New York, but they've always been with us, and suddenly we're appreciating them again. I'm even starting to appreciate postmen. I used to complain the mail was late or something. Now I'm starting to say, you know, they're delivering my mail every day, and I should be a little more appreciative. And that's one of the positive after effects of the tragedy of September 11th.
Speaking of those after effects, we in New York, it's one thing to talk about September 11th, and we were talking about this earlier. I don't think a day goes by where I have not in some discussion with someone here in New York about September 11th. As someone who does not live in New York, Douglas Brinkley, a gentleman from Nolens, Louisiana, is that something? Is September 11th something that is discussed on a daily basis? Is it something that people think about?
I think it's in the air, but I don't think it's the same as in New York or Washington, which are really the bullseye, or maybe what it would be in Chicago near the Sears Tower or a Target. New Orleans, where I live, people, people are going back to their lives as usual, but there's always a fear when you travel or go to a ball game, the increased security. It's always in your back of your mind that something might happen. It's the sense of being vulnerable, not to, as in the Cold War, an atomic bomb, or they used to have the films Duck Under and Duck and Cover kind of thing, but at any minute in a shopping mall, at a Walmart, or at a school, you're not completely safe. And we used to have that feeling, I think, with crime in our urban centers. I think now the thought that some sort of ominous foreign force at any minute can disrupt a life pattern, I think it's punctured the psychology of the country, and it hangs with us. But I think it's more of an obsession in New York, because people remember the smell, where they were, what happened. They have war stories, if you'd like, of what occurred, where in the rest of the country, fortunately, they didn't have to have those grisly reminiscences.
Byron Pitts was pointing out earlier, if you look at some of the pictures here from this wreath-laying ceremony at Ground Zero, as you see President Bush addressing family members there, people are starting to smile. The mood is changing.
It's very hard on the families. I think this is a terrible week for the families. I think it really, in many cases, rips open stitches. I think if they could fast forward to mid-October, they would gladly do so. I think it's been an exhausting, for those who really bore the burden of it, I think it's been a very, very hard year, and I think this is a hard week of celebrating. You know, the city is doing extremely well. I mean, other than economically, where we're taking a double hit, in part because of tourism, in part because of a market going down, the ordinary citizen, the response to people to more difficult circumstances has been really amazing, and I think it's because we're all volunteers. I mean, nobody is forced to be here. You come here, you know it's a difficult condition. You know coming to New York, it's going to be, you're going to work harder for less, get a smaller piece of territory to live in. The taxes are higher. You're going to get crowded in the subway, crowded on the streets, but you opt for other things, and we're 8 million volunteers, and therefore we are preconditioned to, I think, be resilient and to be gritty in this. In the city, my admiration for my fellow New Yorkers and the way, and the police, the municipal people, the way the new mayor has taken over, my admiration for the city is just at an all-time high.
Well, I know about 3 months, I guess it was in December of last year, I was driving to work one day, and I was cut off by a truck driver, and let's just say he shot me an obscene gesture.
That's an American first.
Well,
it's a first. That's never happened before.
I said to myself, things must be getting back to normal because New York
manners
was getting back. And I have to ask you, is that your observation? Or in many ways, are we like we were September 10th?
No, I think we're changed in some ways. I think we will go back to some of our manners, but I think there's a greater appreciation. As there's a greater appreciation of a vulnerability, there's a greater appreciation of the need for those who support us, of our own fragility, of our own interdependence. And I think that's made this a nicer place to live in. I mean, this was almost too idiosyncratic a city before that.
That was Brinkley. Are things nicer in New Orleans?
Well, but you know what?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
you talk about problems. We should see the messages they put on the local TV about local security. Wow.
The one thing that dawns, watching this footage while we've been talking a little bit and seeing President Bush and listening to that music, it does seem to me that there's been a need for closure, and that's what today is. And that's really the point of a funeral in general. Because of the helter-skelter nature of the attacks, there really wasn't a national funeral. There was, are there going to be more terrorist attacks? Then there was anthrax and more anxiety. And today, the behavior of the president is one that one almost gets after they leave a church or a synagogue after somebody died, and a lot of hugging, a lot of kissing, a lot of friends reconnecting in a way. And in that way, I think today's been a very cathartic day for the country, and I think we can start kind of on a new leaf tomorrow.
Talking to Douglas Brinkley and David Halberstam as we see President Bush at Ground Zero. He'll be there for another 15 minutes or so. You're watching continuing CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America.
Good afternoon, I'm Mike Donahue. As we in the Northwest remember this tragic day in American history, we want to keep you up to date on things happening here in our area. First, let's go to Joel Iwanaga at the airport. Joel, any problems to report today at PDX?
Mike, very quiet day here at PDX. Very surprising here, but as predicted, a lot of folks aren't traveling on this day. And as we found out here, even a year after, Mike, the September 11th attacks, folks still not knowing the rules when they pull up to the side of the airport. Several times this morning, folks pulled up, they parked their cars and went inside the terminal, leaving their vehicles unattended. One man got almost towed away. He got a ticket for $40. He said to the security officer, "It just took me 5 minutes to get my person that I was waiting for." Unfortunately, it was 5 minutes too late. Again, many folks today getting ticketed, leaving their cars unattended, despite seeing those signs out there. Security remains ever tight inside the airport, though, as federal transportation officials urging more vigilance from air travelers. But again, more people than usual aren't traveling today at all. Some travelers had already delayed their travel plans even before the terror threat level was raised to code orange. Industry experts blame fear of another terrorist attack and the lackluster economy on the way Americans will travel today the anniversary of the September 11th attacks. We'll come back up live now. We want to show you the heightened security. We see a row of about a half dozen police cars with the Port of Portland and Oregon State Police just here, making sure that everything is okay. Now, to give you an idea how heightened security is, we have more police cars here than we do passenger cars. To give you an idea, Mike, just how slow it is here. Some quick numbers. Domestic airlines reduced their number of flights by 13% today. Now, that was in response to 15% fewer seats sold. So once again, Mike, a very light day here at PDX and around the country as well. Again, folks fearing another terrorist attack. Couple that with the lackluster economy. We'll send it back to you in the studio, Mike.
More police and less flyers, fewer flyers. Thank you, Joe Lewenog at the airport. 500 students at a local elementary school are remembering 9/11 in an unusual but impressive way. Amy Morrow is in Tigard to explain.
Metzger Elementary here in Tigard is a school with a lot of ethnic diversity in its students, but today, in remembrance of 9/11, the students wanted to show their unity. Led by their music teacher, walking hand in hand, nearly 600 elementary school students formed a human chain and spiral of unity on the playground behind Metzger Elementary. This year's school theme is about showing respect for one another and coming together as one. Educators thought today would be the perfect opportunity to get that message across to kids.
Because it is so important for our children to know that we're all one and we all work together to help one another. And this is a way to visualize it.
One way to visualize this unity here is from News Chopper 6. Again, nearly 600 children walking hand in hand and singing their tribute to 9/11. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. Amy Morrow. Their circle was unbroken. We'll be right back. Mission accomplished for some local firefighters. They made their way to the top of Mount Hood today in honor of their fallen comrades. The journey began yesterday, and late last night they reached the 9,500-foot level where they camped for the night. This morning they reached the summit where they placed an American flag and a plaque. Then the climbers made their way back down the mountain safely with the plaque and the flag. Our community has organized many events to honor the victims of September 11th. A candlelight vigil is scheduled at Pioneer Courthouse Square at 5 o'clock tonight. That memorial will begin in the North Park blocks downtown. Bring candles and messages. Another memorial will take place at the Tualatin Commons at 7 o'clock tonight. Organizers are asking for donations of items not covered by food stamps for low-income families. Stay with KOIN 6 News. We'll be back with another local update at about 3:55.
And good day from CBS News World Headquarters in New York City. I'm Russ Mitchell reporting with continuing coverage of President Bush's visit to Ground Zero. President Bush is there for a wreath-laying ceremony. He laid the wreath coming up on about an hour now and has spent the rest of this time meeting with the victims, families, and also meeting with foreign dignitaries. I told you just a few minutes ago the president will leave here. He's scheduled to leave here pretty quickly. However, he looks like he's taking his time. He's meeting as many folks as he can. He will then speak to the nation tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time from Ellis Island. In about an hour, New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg will have a ceremony at Battery Park, which is near Ground Zero. It's being called the Spear Ceremony in honor of the sculpture that was at the World Trade Center site that was salvaged. In that ceremony, the mayor will read from FDR's For Freedom speech, and we will hear music performed by the New York Philharmonic. Let's give you a rundown of what has happened today. Again, President Bush arrived at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan about an hour ago. There was silence as she and First Lady Laura Bush slowly descended the ramp to arrive at the Circle of Honor, where they greeted family members of the 2,800 people who died there. As the president moved slowly through the crowd, a band played America the Beautiful to cap the day of observances for the president, who also attended ceremonies at the Pentagon and in southwestern Pennsylvania, where one of the hijacked planes crashed. Later this evening, Mr. Bush will address the nation from Ellis Island. Again, that's at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. He'll have the Statue of Liberty behind him. 3,000 miles away, above the city of Los Angeles, another memorial. 4 airplanes towed the American flag. A 5th plane had a banner labeled, "United We Stand." Los Angeles was to have been the final destination for 3 of the 4 planes hijacked last September 11th. In yet another memorial, a flock of doves was released, a sign of hope. American troops in Afghanistan observed a moment of silence early today in a ceremony at Bagram Air Base. Lieutenant General Dan McNeil, the leader of the coalition forces, said that soldiers on the battlefield are the heroes of today. At the end of the 20-minute ceremony, an American flag was lowered and folded away. President Bush at Ground Zero. Joining me right now, as he has for the past half hour, is Douglas Brinkley, presidential historian, college professor. David Halberstam was our guest also earlier, and he had to leave us. I want to thank him very much. And Douglas, thank you for sticking around here.
Oh, thanks, Russ.
As you watch the president now, David Halberstam spoke of this earlier, about how the country has changed, and you touched on it as well. And I keep coming back to this. Is this a lasting change that we're seeing here? Is this something that we're just seeing for a short period of time?
I think America changed forever on September 11th. There are watershed marks in history where kind of the wave breaks and something changed. I don't think we'll ever think of our sense of security the same again. I think there's still a fear and anxiety about the world at large, which has increased. On the other hand, we're getting some sort of closure right now. It's difficult, and one of the things that I've been very impressed with President Bush today is how relaxed he seems. I had to fly in yesterday from New Orleans to Houston to Newark, and the security was double and triple, and there were these color-coded scares, and I felt that you were with Dick Cheney, nobody knowing where the vice president's going to be. I was going to encounter President Bush today being kind of whisked around from point A to point B in a kind of shroud of secrecy with just lines of security surrounding him. And here, for the last hour, we're seeing the president signing autographs, touching people, hugging everybody, being very relaxed and seeming to be in no rush at all. And I think it set a very nice tone for the day.
In regards to the vice president's whereabouts, this is from the Reuters news agency. I'm quoting here, Vice President Dick Cheney, who spent the anniversary of the September 11th attacks out of public sight in a secret location, will remain there for at least another day, officials said today. The move came as the U.S. government announced that it raised its nationwide threat level. Douglas Brinkley, from an historical standpoint, from a safety standpoint, it's one thing. From an historical standpoint, from a standpoint of the way the nation views this, is it a good idea for the vice president to be in a secret location as much as it is?
I think absolutely. I think we have to take every security precaution imaginable. It's a reassuring sign, I think, to the people that if something, God forbid, happened today on a day that was a high terror alert, the government of the United States would continue to function. We have a number of facilities which are underground facilities and hidden facilities to reassure the American people that the United States, no matter what occurred today, was going to continue to march forward. So it was a precautionary measure, and I think an appropriate one for the Bush administration to make.
Looking ahead tonight to the president's speech, earlier you touched on some things that you think the president should do. He should make a memorable speech, I believe you put it, something that people will remember this day by. But what themes are likely to come out of that speech in your mind?
I think the theme of unity, I think there are two things happening right now. One is the closure. This is a closure speech tonight. It's not opening of a new era. The closure here is to remember on this day of grievance the martyred dead, to have a moment of silence again for all the people that lost their lives, to talk about the patriotism and the sense of renewal in this country, the whole united we stand kind of idea. Tomorrow, the country's going to have one of our biggest debates we've had in at least a generation or two, and that's the war in Iraq. And it's going to be a different climate tomorrow. So I think today's speech should be a memorable one in that he uses the right language and to make us feel good about being American and to make it feel that we appropriately had the proper moments of silence and the proper words and eulogies today. And so I'm hoping that he kind of crafts that kind of speech.
Osama bin Laden, as far as we know, is still at large. There are some reports today claiming that he died in December. These reports are not credible, and no one knows at this point. But do you think that's something that will come up tonight?
I wouldn't think so. I would try to keep it as a special day of remembrance for the dead of September 11th. I think tomorrow and the next days his name will come up all the time. There's a very important piece in the New Yorker about people besides bin Laden who have been masterminding Al-Qaeda and the need to kind of have a more of an education, I think, the American people, that it's just not all about bin Laden is something that the Bush administration needs to continue to do. There will, though, after this sort of day of unity, I think people will start again going after the Bush administration, saying, you said bin Laden dead or alive. We don't know whether he's dead or alive yet a year later. And I think that the course of complaints and people questioning the Bush administration policy will follow in the coming days, but you won't hear it today. And I think it'd be inappropriate to mention bin Laden on a day that we're trying to honor these people.
Some critics have accused the president of trying to create a diversion with talk of invading Iraq. Could this backfire on him, this talk of invasion of Iraq?
Absolutely, it could backfire. Nothing's for certain in politics, and particularly nothing's for certain in war. And in many ways, the Bush administration has constantly used very, very tough language about Saddam Hussein in Iraq. We're not quite sure right now what the administration's policy is. The cover of national magazines show Rumsfeld, the hawk, versus Powell, the moderate. We're hearing about fights within the administration. Senators like John Kerry are coming out and questioning, what the Bush administration foreign policy in general is. Bill Clinton recently came out and said we shouldn't be worried. The Iraqis did not bomb New York. It was Al-Qaeda, that we should be focusing on increasing the war in Afghanistan. There is a very big debate coming, and I think the Bush administration seems to be going to the drumbeat of war, but now they're going to try to bring allies along with them. Tony Blair is on Bush's side. The hope is that the United Nations, more country will come. Whether or not the inspectors are going to have this chance to go to Iraq and have free reign of the country and see whether there are weapons of mass destruction underway is yet to be seen. So there's a big drama unfolding after today. This is the calm before a very, very strong political whirlwind that's going to be occurring this fall. And of course we have the election looming too, which brings politics into the forefront of all of this.
The president's approval numbers are still high, and not as high as they were a year ago after the attack on September 11th, but they're still very high. And I remember his father, President 41, had very high approval ratings after the Gulf War, yet he lost the presidential election when it came time for that. What does this President Bush have to do to prevent that from happening to him?
Well, that's a big question. I think first and foremost, he has to be honest to the American people at all times. Secondly, the president, his father, had difficulty. He met his war objective, which was, he drew the line in the sand and to kick Iraq out of Kuwait. In that sense, we won the Gulf War. But after that, there was a confusion about our Middle East policy under President Bush, and it's one that's continued today. Saddam Hussein seems to be this dogged, evil, to use the president's word, survivor in that region. And I think the war objectives of the United States are going to have to be made very clear to the American people. Are we going into a war in Iraq, putting 100,000 American soldiers or more for a sustained period of time to do government rebuilding in Iraq? How will that affect our Arab allies? How will that affect oil prices? When it comes to the commander-in-chief making decision of war, nothing's larger. But we can't forget that people every day have to live, and the economy is going to be a big issue. And we've had these problems with questions of Dick Cheney and Halliburton and the Enron problems. And as James Carville said about his father during that election, it's the economy, the economy's stupid became a phrase. And I think that the Bush administration needs to do what they can to make the American people know the economy is strong as can be. So he's got a lot, he has a very full plate, but If you wonder why his approval ratings are at 70%, Russ, watch him today. Anybody who's seen him today, the way that he handles himself with the American people in these sorts of situations is really quite special. And he seems to just care about who he's talking to, and he seems to exude a kind of honesty and integrity, and people connect to him. And that's a very, very great political gift, and I think the American people will follow President Bush into a war in Iraq, but I'm not sure if he's made a decision yet, and I think there's some big, discussions that are going to be taking place at the White House and at the Defense Department and at State in the coming weeks.
As we watch the president at Ground Zero now, it's called the Pit, where he is, the former site of the World Trade Center. He was scheduled to leave about 2 or 3 minutes ago, and it looks like he's going to stay for a while until he meets everyone who wants to see him. He signs every autograph and takes every picture. Because frankly, you talked about his approval rating. You said this is one of the reasons it's so high, watching him there with these folks. What president does he remind you of when you see him in this setting? Is it his dad? Who would it be?
I'd say Ronald Reagan is who this administration's taken a page from. He doesn't worry about communicating to the media as much as most presidents or making reporters like him. In fact, he's very shrill often with reporters. But what he wants to make clear, and it's a kind of a populist bent that he has, is that he does care about the average citizen. I'm just one of you. That's a bit of a trick. Of course, he grew up with a very wealthy family. He's had, as some people said, a silver spoon all of his life. Yet when you watch him, you kind of feel he is one of us. And since September 11th, at his best moments, I think the most memorable moments of his presidency have been the time when he touches people and reaches them and goes out there. There's nothing phony about it when he does it. And I would think that sense of authenticity that we're seeing today is what is his great strength and why he stayed so high in the polls, and also his sense of resolve and patriotism.
A little later on this evening, in about 45 minutes actually, an eternal flame is to be lit at Battery Park in Lower Manhattan. That ceremony is going to take place next to the battered Sphere sculpture, which was salvaged from the World Trade Center site. Our colleague Mika Brzezinski is there. Mika, what can we expect at that ceremony this evening? Mika Brzezinski, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Russ. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mika. Yeah, there you go, Mika. Hi. I can hear you now. Live television, folks. Let me ask you that question again. You're going to be there for the Sphere ceremony tonight. What can we expect at that ceremony?
It's going to be absolutely beautiful, Russ. What you hear right now is this a choir behind me that is beginning to practice along with a band. Students from LaGuardia High School are still getting ready for the ceremony. The sculpture that you see behind me is called the Sphere, and it used to sit atop a granite fountain in the middle of World Trade Center Plaza before the attack on America. The Sphere is battered, it is bruised, but it is still holding together, symbolic, many feel, of what New York City is all about. Now, the sculpture was found in the rubble of the World Trade Center. It was brought here to Battery Park. It's serving as a temporary memorial to those who died in the attack on the World Trade Center, both attacks on the World Trade Center. And the ceremony tonight will include the lighting of an eternal flame. New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, with the help of former firefighter John Vigiano, who lost 2 sons in the attack on America, will light the flame. And then Bloomberg will read a section from FDR's Four Freedoms speech from back in 1941. Roosevelt's vision of freedom included freedom of speech and expression, freedom to worship God individually, and also freedom from fear anywhere in the world. Now, that freedom was challenged 1 year ago today. Tonight, that freedom is being saluted in a very beautiful and what is sure to be a moving ceremony, Russ.
I think I showed the Fire Pits about this earlier, and I want to ask you as well. You were there the day the towers fell. You've covered this story for the past year. As you watch these ceremonies today, what was going through your mind?
It was hard not to get wrapped up in it, quite frankly. I think you try and put it out of your mind, and when you're here and you see the people who were so close to what happened, who lost people, who still hold their pictures, and some who lost family members and had nothing, no body, no remains to be returned, those people touch you the deepest, because they are dealing with issues that we cannot understand. Young children who still think Daddy might walk back in the door, mothers who are dealing with the grief without a funeral or a coffin. So it just brings back a flood of emotions. It really does.
Mika Brzezinski, Battery Park, thanks a lot. If we can Richie, can we go back to a picture of the spear there so I can kind of tell folks a little more about that? This sculpture that, as Mika pointed out, was at the World Trade Center site. It's created by German artist Fritz Koenig, and it's a $1 million bronze and steel sculpture. It weighs about 45,000 pounds, and it was one of the only salvageable works of art found in the wreckage after the attacks, and they moved it, as I said, to Battery Park, which is not far from Ground Zero. You are watching CBS News, continuous coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America. I'm Russ Mitchell at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York, along with presidential historian and Professor Douglas Brinkley. He's come up from New Orleans to give us some of his insights on the day. As we see President Bush at the site of the former World Trade Center on his Ground Zero, also known today as the Pit. Big hole in the ground in Lower Manhattan. If you're coming to New York City, if you ever come here, the planes fly in different ways to get to the various airports here, but occasionally they will fly in right over Manhattan, right over the Hudson River. And if you happen to be sitting on the right side of the aircraft, you can look down. And even though the wreckage is not there from a year ago, it's an incredible sight to see this large hole in the middle of the ground in Manhattan. And think to yourself, at one time, 2 buildings stood there. 2 buildings that, on a daily basis, would have 50,000 people in them. Each one of the World Trade Center towers had its own zip code. That's how big it was. And for many of us, it's still hard to look at the New York skyline and not see the Twin Towers there. It took about 7 years to complete the towers. Construction began back in 1966. It was completed April 4th, 1973. Of course, destroyed September 11th, 2001. At one time, the World Trade Center towers were the tallest buildings in the world. They were just overtaken is the right word. The following year by the Sears Tower in Chicago. And now in New York City, as it was for years, the Empire State Building is the tallest building in Manhattan. There's been a lot of talk about what to do with the former World Trade Center site. There have been some people who say you should build towers even larger than the World Trade Center towers. One tower, by the way, was 1,368 feet. The other one, 1,362 feet. Other people say a memorial should go there, and no sort of commerce should take place there. That's probably the next big debate here in New York City. Douglas Brinkley, how strong do you think that debate is going to get in the coming months, in the coming years, as to what to put there as it comes down to time to actually do something?
Well, I think it's in the Wall Street district, the financial district, and eventually retail and finance will win over. There'll always be a memorial there, but I think most of that area will be rebuilt, not with something to equal the towers, but there'll be new buildings built there, and there'll be new life, and business will go on as usual. But there'll be a major museum and memorial down there. People will come and reflect. Right now, the New York Historical Society has an incredible exhibit going on, and many of the museums around town are showing all sorts of different artifacts and interpretations of those events. So I think we're so close to it now. What, as you rightfully said, Russ, what you feel all day long, kind of is the void out there, those towers not being there. As much as we can watch the ceremonies, if you're in New York and you look, you keep looking at the space. And I don't think we'll ever be able to reclaim that space again in any kind of way, but we certainly will be able to find ways to make some of that area very sacred land. I've always been very interested that Alexander Hamilton's buried so close to there, one of our great founders of America, and it's already a historic district. And I think just like people go to Hawaii to visit the USS Arizona and an incredible memorial, or somebody can go to the Voting Rights Museum in Selma, or people are going to Oklahoma City where those chairs are there, where now this beautiful memorial done. I think people will be paying homage and making pilgrimages to the former site of the Trade Center to look at pieces of sculpture, to look at museum displays, but also to look at the business of America continuing.
I know some of the workers who helped build the World Trade Center came back a year ago to help remove much of the debris there. Something that I didn't know. Many of the folks who worked on the World Trade Center were Mohawk Indians, iron workers who've been leaving their reservations in upstate New York to come to New York City to walk the rails 96, 97, 98 stories high in the air. I'm sorry, Douglas, you were going to say something?
I was just going to say, you know, it's one of the things, some things we, as a nation, we always honor as memorials, whether it's the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, or our great parks like the Grand Canyon or Yellowstone, where you have Old Faithful. I never thought of the World Trade Centers. I don't think most people did. It was just part of New York, and we didn't have a kind of love affair with the Twin Towers. They represented business of New York and the financial district, but with their gone, the longing to see it again, and we realized that it really was the centerpiece, had to replace the Empire State Building as the symbol. The Empire State Building is the symbol of the first half of the 20th century in New York and in America. The World Trade Centers was the second half. It was the era of the skyscraper explosion, and it really became the symbol of New York for all over the world. And it's you miss it so much when you're here looking for it, and I wouldn't have thought that before it was gone. I wouldn't have thought I miss it. To me, it was usually, oh God, I got to get around the traffic around there, or you want to, you know, you didn't really ever stop and pay homage. I think tour groups would go to the top to get that great panoramic view you used to get from the World Trade Center. But it's a sort of a mourning beyond all the dead today. That's a loss of that great symbol of American capitalism and finance also.
2,801 people died in the World Trade Center attacks. In Washington, the attack on the Pentagon claimed 184 victims. And in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, there were 40 victims, for a total of 3,025 victims 1 year ago today. President Bush at Ground Zero, where he has been for coming up on an hour and a half now, still signing autographs and taking pictures. He's there along with First Lady Laura Bush. Secretary of State Colin Powell is there as well. New York Governor George Pataki is there, and I think earlier I saw New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg in the crowd there. And again, the president is going to leave here at some point and speak to the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern Time from Ellis Island. And of course, CBS News will carry that speech live. You are watching continuous CBS News coverage of 9/11, the day that changed America.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff Gianola. Hundreds of people are gathering across the Northwest to remember 9/11. A memorial service just wrapped up in Salem, and let's switch to Lori Schilling. Lori?
It has been a morning of remembering those who lost their lives in New York City, and a morning of honoring Oregon's police officers, firefighters, and military personnel. Now, hundreds of people gathered in the lawn in front of the Capitol building to watch their heroes walk by and hear a few words from the governor. But perhaps the most poignant moment was when the entire crowd sang God Bless America.
From the mountains to the valleys, to the ocean, wide go.
Then then another treat, a flyover by the Oregon Air National Guard. Security is tight here at the Capitol building today. You can go inside the building, but you cannot tour the tower. And there are actually law enforcement officers stationed on top and inside the nearby buildings. That's the latest from Salem. Now back to you.
Okay, thank you, Lori. A cemetery in Woodburn is inviting the public to remember 9/11 there. Warren Petrie is live with details. Warren?
Yeah, Jeff, you can go down to the Bella Tassie Cemetery in Woodburn. They've done a really great job of commemorating the one-year anniversary of 9/11. What they've done is created what they call the Avenue of Flags. As you drive through the cemetery, all of the roads in the cemetery have American flags lining them, even from the air with very little wind, and it's just a very striking sight. We saw several cars driving through. Again, that's the Bella Tassie Cemetery in Woodburn. We understand they'll be open for you to drive through until about 4 o'clock this evening. Jeff?
Okay, thank you. Warren Petrie and News Chopper 6. We'll be right back.
September 11th, 1 year later. Next Extra. As the nation remembers, we bring you intimate stories of strength.
I went to Ground Zero 2 days ago for the first time since September 11th.
Survival.
We're starting to heal. It's tough, but we're doing it.
And hope.
I thank God every day for Michael.
Plus, Hollywood stops to reflect.
It's redefined our pride in the city and in each other.
Triumph over tragedy. September 11th, 1 year later. Next Extra.
Tonight at 7:30 on Coin TV 6.
One of the many tributes to 9/11 is going on right now at Findlay Sunset Hill Cemetery, and that's where Amy Morrow is with more. Amy?
Jeff, a memorial service is going on right now inside one of the buildings out here at the cemetery with community leaders getting up and saying a few words. Portland Police Chief Mark Croker is here. Beaverton Police Honor Guard also here, along with Tualatin firefighters. Now, once they are done inside, they will come out here, and just behind me you can see underneath that piece of blue cloth is a granite memorial that they will uncover and dedicate to the victims of 9/11. It reads, "We will remember in honor of those who lost their lives September 11th." That is a permanent memorial. And then off to the right, underneath the black piece of cloth, are several other smaller versions of the memorial that will be presented to the community leaders here today. Then tonight at 8 o'clock until 11 o'clock, way up top on one of the hills out here, they're going to have 2 lights shining that will symbolize what were the Twin Towers in New York City. Those lights will shine out here every night for the next several weeks. Again, a memorial going on right now here at the cemetery, and a special dedication later this afternoon, Jeff.
Amy Morrow, thank you. Sometimes it's great to come together at times like this. If you'd like to join your community tonight in commemorating the 9/11 attacks, a remembrance service will take place at 7 tonight in Welch's at the Mount Hood Village. Now, Gresham is planning a community memorial tonight at 6:30 at Northwest 2nd and Main in Gresham. And in Beaverton, a service to honor the heroes of September 11th is scheduled at 7 o'clock at the New Vision Fellowship Church. The program will include the Police Honor Guard and a special message from the New York Police Department 911 Center. And stay with Coin 6 News. We'll be back with another local update for you at 3:55. I'm Jeff Gianola. Have a good afternoon.
p.m. on the West Coast. Good day. On a day of reflection as we look back on events of a year ago, I'm Russ Mitchell, along with presidential historian and Professor Douglas Brinkley here at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York. You're seeing President Bush at Ground Zero, where he is meeting the families of victims, talking with dignitaries, signing autographs, taking pictures. Earlier this afternoon, he laid a wreath there at Ground Zero. Many of the families brought flowers today to leave in this big hole in lower Manhattan, now known as the Pit. And as we told you earlier, those flowers will be used for a memorial at a future date. We've spent much of this afternoon and early evening concentrating on Ground Zero and the president's trip there, but earlier today, President Bush was in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon, where 184 people lost their lives a year ago when American Flight 77 slammed into a wing of the building. Douglas Brinkley, the World Trade Center is gone. The Pentagon is still there. Folks are going to move back in those offices soon. How big a deal is that for the psyche of this country, that there will be people in those offices again? It'll be very soon.
Well, I think it's very important, and President Bush made that very clear, that the Pentagon was not destroyed, that it's a fortress, and it's continuing to be. The offices are being rebuilt. It's the people are back into where they once were, or some of the people are reoccupying those offices. And you know, one of the things that it's interesting, the president that George W. Bush reminds me of sometimes is Harry Truman. It was under Truman's presidency that the Department of Defense was created, or Department of Air Force, the National Security Council, the CIA, all this foreign policy apparatus. And we have now, with in the Pentagon, the concept of having the Pentagon built really occurred under President Truman's watch. And now I think you're seeing the rebuilding of the Pentagon under George W. Bush, that he's wants the world to know that these terrorists did not in any way disrupt the United States Department of Defense, that did not disrupt our armed forces, and that people are going right back again into the Pentagon. And I think he wants the American people to know that the Pentagon is very secure. It really is the symbol, I think, in the United States, besides the White House and the Capitol, of our government in most people's minds. And the fact that it's quickly being rebuilt. There were not talk of making it a memorial to September 11th. The memorial is going on doing the business of running our defenses.
Our colleague Scott Pelley, whose exclusive interview with President Bush airs this evening on CBS in a special edition of 60 Minutes 2. I want to give you that time again. It's at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Scott said presidents think they'll change history. Really, it's history that changes presidents. Douglas Brinkley, do you agree with that?
Couldn't agree more. It happens all the time. I mean, look at somebody like Abraham Lincoln coming into office. Who would have thought he would become the great leader? The Civil War exploded on his watch. He had to be taken into Washington, D.C. with hostile forces surrounding him, and became one of the great presidents. Or if you look at somebody like Franklin Roosevelt, who came in at the beginning of the Great Depression and had to tell America we have nothing to fear but fear itself, and created his New Deal programs. And then, of course, the unexpected bombing of Pearl Harbor and the Nazis declaring war in the United States. Harry Truman came in with the lowest expectations possible, but he immediately made some very big decisions, like the dropping of the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, having to start our early Cold War policy, going on to support such things as the creation of Israel, creation of NATO, the Truman Doctrine, the Marshall Plan, and became one of the great presidents because of circumstances. And sometimes one of the sad things is presidents we remember are usually ones of crisis. We've had very good presidents that are in very calm times, and they're not really remembered in history because they oversaw calm times. And so George W. Bush is in this elite group that we would consider presidents who really got to be commander-in-chief, in a sense, so far in the war in Afghanistan, but I think in broader terms, the war on terrorism in general. Just as Truman came in and had to fight this war against communism by containing Soviet expansionism anywhere in the world, you have George W. Bush now having to stop the terrorism anywhere in the world, containing terrorism everywhere. And I think there's some useful analogies between the Truman presidency and the Bush presidency. Both came in with kind of low expectations, in the sense of they weren't considered great intellectuals, but they quickly rose in people's estimate because of a kind of, I think, authenticity of purpose, in a way that they spoke very candidly and most of the time quite straight to the American people.
1 year after this attack on America, how do you think President Bush is perceived by other world leaders?
Well, I don't think he's perceived as a great American intellectual. He's not Theodore Roosevelt, who wrote a number of incredible books and couldn't spontaneously write letters and speeches. I think he's probably seen more as like a Ronald Reagan-like figure, somebody who's very well liked in the United States, but probably represents too much for foreign eyes the more conservative elements of our country. Somebody who perhaps they see as being a bit jingoistic, a bit touched with a bit of militarism in him. I don't think he's one of the most loved American presidents abroad, but we shouldn't judge our presidents by what other people think. It's about, the American presidency is very unique. When Bill Clinton was going through his impeachment scandal, was so tired of hearing people say, well, in Europe we do these things all the time, and why can't you Americans be like our European leaders? This country is very different. We look at the Oval Office and the White House with a great deal of, we give it a very special status, and we judge our presidents on the way that they behave in the Oval Office in a kind of covenant they make with the people. And I think in America, he's connected. His bigger challenge is to connect his war on terrorism to the rest of the world. He did it right after September 11th, when the world was sympathetic to us. In recent months, some of the war talk against the war in Iraq has turned some of our allies against us, and I think he has to do some repair work, and perhaps tomorrow at the United Nations, that process will begin in earnest.
President Bush at Ground Zero, where he's been meeting with the families of victims. There you see the president, New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, New York Governor George Pataki. Also there, Secretary of State Colin Powell, and of course First Lady Laura Bush as well. He's spending a lot of time down here, and as we said, he is taking his time. He was scheduled to leave about a half hour ago, but he's meeting everyone who wants to meet him. And if you've been watching these pictures, you can see there's been some emotional moments. There's a West Point cadet right there. 2 West Point cadets.
You know, Russ, one of the things that strikes me is he's giving so much to people. Everybody he talks to, it's not a quick autograph and like you see when you're running for office and you move quickly and you're trying to... He really seems to be spending time with everybody he talks to as if he's a neighbor or a friend. And I think it's the absolute right message to be sending today, that he's an American citizen besides being just president of the United States.
Looks like the president is now leaving the pit, as it's known. Shaking hands with police officers, the workers on the site. The president now makes the long walk up the ramp which descends from the pit. He'll be in New York tonight to speak to the country at 9 o'clock Eastern Time from Ellis Island with the Statue of Liberty in the background. Douglas Brinkley, how significant is that, you think, symbolically? Statue of Liberty in the background and a speech on a night such as this?
Oh, it's of course the great symbol of New York. We mentioned the Empire State Building earlier, but Ellis Island, where so many immigrants came to this country and have called this home, you know, it's an incredible sight. And of course, the Statue of Liberty is the other great enduring symbol of New York. So I think it's the perfect place for him to speak.
President given a hat there, can't quite make out what that hat is or who is it from. Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor, there as well. And they have been with the president all day. They were with him at the Pentagon and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And as you said, Doug Brinkley, he's stopping. This is not just a stick your hand out and shake it and walk off kind of thing. He's looking at everyone. He's speaking to them. He has taken his time in addressing these folks.
One of the interesting speeches that people are talking about is the Four Freedoms speech of Franklin Roosevelt. And it's very interesting, that speech, when Franklin Roosevelt delivered it, really defined what America was going to be facing in the Second World War. It was about freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom from fear. But what sometimes it gets overlooked is that speech then led to the Atlantic Charter Agreement between Franklin Roosevelt and Churchill, which then eventually led to the creation of the United Nations. The Four Freedoms speech, if you'd like, is the opening salvo of the creation of the modern United Nations. And there's a group called the Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt Institute, and every year they give out a Four Freedoms Award for people that around the world, whether it's Nelson Mandela in South Africa or Havel in the Czech Republic, who exemplify the sense of freedom. And so the concept of the Four Freedom speech and the Statue of Liberty is playing on those words that we cherish so much in this country, freedom and liberty.
New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg will read from Four Freedom speech tonight at a ceremony which will begin in about 15 minutes, about 7 o'clock Eastern Time at Battery Park, which is not far from Ground Zero. As we watch the president leave Ground Zero, I want to bring in my colleague Mika Brzezinski, who earlier attended a ceremony at a church in downtown Manhattan. I'm told this is a church, Mika, that George Washington attended. Is that true?
Yes, and this church survived 2 world wars, major fires, and also the attack on America. That's St. Paul's Chapel, where many gather today for quiet reflection a year later, especially recovery workers who spent 9 months at Ground Zero and many nights at St. Paul's. Russ, in talking about President Bush's transformation over the past year, as we watch him here shaking hands with those in the pit, in some ways it remains to be seen how President Bush will model his legacy pertaining to this new war, and tonight really could be a defining moment. Historians look at the 1-year marker of a major war event as moments that shape history. Perfect example, Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, which we heard a portion of earlier today. So far in the remembrances today, we've heard a portion of the Gettysburg Address. We've heard Lincoln's words. We're going to hear tonight at Battery Park, where I'm standing at the Spear Memorial, we're going to hear Roosevelt's words, the Four Freedoms, a portion of the Four Freedoms speech. And tonight, the president will deliver his original words. And Mr. Brinkley, I take it that's probably a key moment for President Bush and also for the country.
Well, absolutely. I think this is a historic opportunity, the 1-year benchmark. The words here, I think, will be, there are going to be some, I think, very important phrases, ones that live on in infamy or live on in the minds or in future generations. So tonight's going to be, I think, a very major moment of closure for at least the President Bush in the first year.
Mika Brzezinski, thanks a lot. Doug Brinkley, let me ask you, if you were writing this speech tonight, what would the headline be?
American unity, the way that this country pulled together, the upside of September 11th, the fact that we're stronger than ever, that we can face this foe of terrorism, and that we should all get strength from the heroism of the people who died on September 11th, that the United States is ready for the challenge to come, and that and to put it into kind of words that will ring into our ears, that will make us feel inspired. It's no easy feat to do that. It was only so simple to write memorable speeches. Politicians give them every day. But the scene is set for President Bush to do, I think, a dramatic address to the American people at 9 o'clock Eastern